The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle Sep 2023. Albert Ebbs and Norman Holmes on Nelson Highways Department, Lancashire, was sent to check the drains at the local mortuary. Norman Holmes went down the manhole. There was a stepper in a side drain. He undid it, pulled it out, and got covered from head to foot in the mortuary remains, bits of flesh, blood and guts all over him. He never went down another manhole. He transferred to the Parks Department to cut grass till he retired. Poem. In Lancashire's realm, where highways stretch, two souls embarked on a daunting quest. Albert Ebbs and Norman Holmes, their names, sent forth to check drains near the mortuary's claims. Down the manhole, Norman bravely ventured, unaware of the horrors that lay censured. A stepper, hidden in the side drain's hollow, unleashed a torrent of mortuary's sorrow. Bits of flesh, blood, and guts, a gruesome tide, covered Norman Holmes from head to foot. No hide. No more would he descend into that abyss. In the Parks Department, his solace, his bliss. To cut the grass, where nature thrived, Norman Holmes remained, until he retired. A chapter closed on manholes and drains, a tale of caution, where darkness remains. Albert Ebbs, his comrade in this tale, witnessed the plight, and no words could avail. For sometimes life's path takes unexpected turns, and in the face of horror, new lessons are learned. Short-lived was the encounter, yet forever etched in the memories of Albert, where hope was fetched. For even in darkness, a glimmer can be found, a lesson learned on Lancashire's hallowed ground. So let us remember Albert and Norman's plight, their journey through shadows, a testament to light. And when life unveils its unforeseen terrain, may we hold fast, and let resilience reign. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Nelson Cleansing Department had a person to put the dogs and cats and other animals to sleep. All councils by law had to have one. They gassed them or electrocuted them. It was cruel. The man who did this we called Zombie John. All councils had to have a person to dispatch animals. In the heart of Nelson, a quaint town nestled between rolling hills and meandering streams, there existed a somber institution known as the Cleansing Department. Its duty was a dark one, a necessity mandated by the law of the land. Each council, no matter how small or large, was required to have a person appointed to carry out a grim task, to put to rest the dogs, the cats, and the other creatures that had found themselves without a home. The methods employed were cruel, casting a pall of sorrow over the town's collective conscience. They used gas, the silent shroud that snuffed out life, or the jarring shock of electricity, ending it in an instant. It was a duty that weighed heavy on the soul, a burden carried by those who felt the weight of compassion. And then there was Zombie John. A name whispered in hushed tones, a moniker born of the uncanny detachment with which he performed his grim task. John was a man of few words, a shadowy figure that moved through the somber halls of the Cleansing Department with an eerie calm. His eyes betrayed no emotion, a well-practiced mask to shield himself from the emotional torrent that flowed around him. The townsfolk spoke of him in mournful tones, as if he was a ghost that had long since lost his way. They wondered what had led him to this melancholy vocation, what sorrows had turned him into the spectral figure he now appeared to be. Some whispered of a tragedy too great for a heart to bear, while others believed him to be a man devoid of feeling altogether. But John never spoke of his past, never offered a glimpse into the depths of his soul. He carried out his duties with a mechanical precision, a man who had long since surrendered to the grim reality of his role. Each day, he faced the forlorn faces of those animals, their eyes filled with a silent plea for reprieve. As the seasons passed, a quiet understanding settled over the town. They came to accept Zombie John as a fixture of their lives, a necessary evil born from a society's need to reckon with its strays and unwanted. And though they ached for the creatures he sent on their final journey, they understood that it was a burden he bore alone. But one fateful day, as the autumn leaves danced in the crisp air, something shifted within Zombie John. It was a subtle change, imperceptible to most, but those who watched him closely could sense a stirring of humanity in those haunted eyes. Perhaps it was the changing of the seasons, the reminder that life was a fragile, fleeting thing. Or perhaps it was the countless silent pleas that had finally pierced the fortress around his heart. Whatever the cause, John found himself questioning the cruel inevitability of his duty. And so, one by one, he began to seek alternatives. He reached out to animal shelters, to kind souls who could offer refuge and a chance at a new beginning. He became an advocate for the voiceless, a guardian for those who had been abandoned and forgotten. In time, the townsfolk began to see a glimmer of hope in Zombie John's eyes. They witnessed the transformation of a man who had been resigned to a life of shadows, into one who had found purpose in the service of those who could not speak for themselves. And so, the cleansing department became a place of redemption, a testament to the power of compassion and the possibility of change. The legacy of Zombie John transformed from a haunting spectre to that of a guardian angel, a reminder that even in the darkest of moments, the light of empathy could still find its way. By Donald J. P/S. I was asked once to do it. I told them to piss off. The random jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Arthur was a familiar face in Nelson, Lancashire. With his Salvation Army uniform and a twinkle in his eye, he devoted his days to spreading goodwill and hope. His mission was simple: to sell the war cry paper, carrying messages of faith and inspiration, around the town's lively pubs. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Arthur would set out with a stack of papers under his arm and a conviction in his heart. He knew the pubs weren't the typical hunting grounds for the spiritual, but he believed that even in the midst of revelry, there was room for a message of salvation. With a warm smile and a kind word, Arthur approached each patron, offering the war cry with a grace that disarmed even the most skeptical. Some would brush him off, politely declining, while others would take the paper with a nod of thanks. But Arthur didn't waver. He understood that his presence was a reminder that hope could be found in unexpected places. But it wasn't just the war cry that Arthur dedicated himself to. On Sundays, he would don his uniform with a sense of pride and head to the Salvation Army's citadel. There, amidst the reverent echoes of hymns and prayers, he would take his place in the band, grasping the big drum with practiced hands. As the music swelled around him, Arthur would close his eyes, letting the rhythm flow through him. The beat of the drum was his heartbeat, and with each resounding thud, he felt connected to something greater than himself. The music, he believed, was a vessel for the divine, carrying a message of love and redemption to all who would listen. Beyond the citadel walls, Arthur's drumming could be heard echoing through the streets of Nelson. He and his bandmates would march, their uniforms gleaming, their instruments singing in harmony. They were a beacon of light in a world that sometimes felt dark and uncertain. Over the years, Arthur became a beloved figure in Nelson. The townspeople admired his unwavering dedication and his ability to see the potential for goodness in everyone he met. He wasn't just a man in uniform, he was a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the most unexpected places, salvation could be found. As the seasons changed and years passed, Arthur's legacy lived on in the hearts of those he touched. His story became woven into the fabric of Nelson, a testament to the power of faith, music, and unwavering kindness. And though Arthur eventually moved on, his spirit lingered, carried by the notes of his drum and the echoes of his message, a reminder that love and salvation were always within reach, for those who were willing to listen. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Astral projection. Once upon a time, in the quaint town of Nelson in Pendle, there lived a young man named Donald J. He was an ordinary boy with an extraordinary gift, or so he believed. From a very young age, Donald had experienced something mysterious and out of the ordinary, astral projection. As a child, Donald couldn't explain the strange sensations that occasionally washed over him. It was as if he could leave his physical body behind and explore the world in an ethereal form. These experiences were surreal and sometimes frightening, leaving him questioning his own sanity. Donald's family wasn't like any other in town. His mother, Olive, was known throughout Pendle as a spiritualist and necromancer. She claimed to have the ability to communicate with the deceased and regularly conducted seances in their home. Olive's mystical gatherings were shrouded in mystery, with candles flickering in darkened rooms and the faint scent of incense lingering in the air. She spoke of spirits and entities with great confidence, and her reputation in the community was mixed. Some regarded her as a gifted medium, while others saw her as a charlatan. Donald's brother followed in their mother's footsteps. He was a budding medium himself, eager to learn the art of connecting with the spirit world. Together, mother and son would delve into the realms of the unknown, exploring the boundaries between life and death. As Donald grew older, he couldn't escape the feeling that his astral projections were somehow connected to his family's supernatural inclinations. He often pondered the nature of his experiences, wondering if they were a gift or a curse. But he had little time for introspection, for his mother and brother were fully immersed in their spiritual pursuits, and their home was constantly filled with visitors seeking guidance from the beyond. As the years passed, a growing unease settled within Donald. He couldn't help but wonder if his astral projections were a manifestation of something sinister, a force that contradicted his family's spiritual practices. Doubt ordered his soul, and he began to distance himself from his mother and brother's supernatural endeavors. In 1975, a turning point arrived for Donald J. It was a fateful day when he found himself in the presence of a Christian minister who spoke of God's grace and protection. The minister's words resonated with Donald, and he felt a profound calling to embrace Christianity. With unwavering faith, he prayed to be saved from the mysterious world of astral projection. In the weeks that followed, the astral projections that had plagued him for so long ceased. It was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and Donald felt a newfound sense of peace and purpose in his life. He found solace in his newfound faith, and his connection with God grew stronger with each passing day. For Donald J., the enigmatic world of astral projection was a distant memory, a chapter of his life that had come to a close. He had chosen a different path, one of faith, love, and divine protection. In his heart, he believed that God's grace had saved him from the shadows of the unknown, and he was determined to live a life guided by the light of his newfound faith. As the years rolled on, Donald's story became one of transformation, a testament to the power of faith and the strength to break free from the ties that bind. And in the town of Nelson in Pendle, his journey served as a reminder that sometimes, in the face of uncertainty, the path to salvation is illuminated by the unwavering belief in something greater than oneself. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Between Gisborne and Colne in Lancashire on the Blacklow Mile rides the ghost of a highwayman. Between Gisborne and Colne in Lancashire on the Blacklow Mile rides the ghost of a highwayman. His name was Hamish Wigglesworth, also known as the Butcher. In the heart of Lancashire, where the misty moors stretched far and wide, lay a stretch of road known as the Blacklow Mile. It was a place of beauty and intrigue, but it held a secret that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to travel it at night. For in that very place, between the villages of Gisborne and Colne, the ghost of a notorious highwayman named Wigglesworth, also known as the Butcher, was said to roam. Legend had it that Wigglesworth was a man of imposing stature, standing at a towering 6 feet tall and weighing a hefty 18 stones. His physical presence alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of even the bravest souls. But what truly set him apart was the eerie sight that greeted those who encountered him on the Blacklow Mile. As the moonlight cast its ghostly glow upon the road, travelers would glimpse the figure of Wigglesworth standing defiantly in the center. his pistols held firmly in his phantom hands. But the sight that sent chills down the spine was the fact that Wigglesworth had no head upon his shoulders. A gruesome and unsettling sight. It was said that his headless spirit was forever trapped in a state of torment, cursed to roam the very road where his life had met its gruesome end. Wigglesworth's tale was one of both villainy and tragedy. In life, he had been a local butcher, a man who roamed the countryside visiting farms with his gleaming knives and cleaver axe. His job was to slaughter the cows, pigs, and sheep that would eventually find their way onto the plates of the villagers. But he had also been a man of vices, known for his amorous escapades with the local laddies. One fateful day, Wigglesworth's lustful pursuits led him into a dangerous liaison with a farmer's daughter. Caught in the act, their transgression was met with a swift and brutal reckoning. Enraged beyond measure, the farmer seized his axe and, in a fit of rage, beheaded Wigglesworth where he stood. The very same axe that Wigglesworth had once used to end the lives of countless animals now ended his own. The farmer, now both judge and executioner, buried Wigglesworth's headless body in the fields behind the Moorcock Inn, a place that would forever be tainted by the memory of that gruesome deed. The years passed, and the tale of Wigglesworth became woven into the fabric of local law, passed down through generations as a cautionary tale of the consequences of one's actions. And so, even now, in the dead of night, the ghostly figure of Wigglesworth, the butcher, roamed the Black-O Mile. His headless form a chilling reminder of the sins of his past, forever cursed to wander the very road where his dark journey had come to a horrific end. Travelers and locals alike would speak of the eerie sensation that washed over them when they crossed that haunted stretch of road, a feeling that the restless spirit of Wigglesworth still lingered, forever seeking some form of redemption or release from his eternal torment. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson, Lancashire. In the heart of Nelson, Lancashire, nestled amidst the rugged landscape, stood the solemn remnants of a once vibrant industrial era. The Nelson Highways Department on Charles Street, weathered by time and neglect, held within its walls the echoes of a bygone time. Among its forgotten relics were the ghosts of the old tar boilers, silent witnesses to the passage of decades. Billy Wilde, known as Billy Chips, and Mick Brennan, the stalwart tar boiler men, were legends in their own right. They had labored tirelessly, their hands stained with the viscous black substance that paved the arteries of the town. Together, they forged connections in molten tar, weaving the very veins that kept Nelson pulsing with life. As the years swept by, progress marched on, leaving behind the tar boilers as relics of a fading era. The streets that once echoed with the rhythmic clink of shovels against metal, now stood silent, save for the occasional sigh of the wind. Billy Chips and Mick Brennan, inseparable in life, found their final rest in the town's quiet burial grounds on Walton Lane. Their names etched in stone, they became part of Nelson's history, interwoven with the very streets they had helped build. Yet, legends have a peculiar way of refusing to fade entirely. In the stillness of the night, when the moon cast an eerie glow upon the old council yards, whispers began to stir. Some claimed to hear the distant clatter of tools, as if the tar boiler men were hard at work once more, tending to the town they loved. Rumors of apparitions, shadowy figures in tattered work clothes, began to circulate. They spoke of Billy Chips and Mick Brennan, reunited in a spectral labor of love. Together, they stoked the fires of the long-forgotten boilers, their ethereal hands guiding the flow of molten tar. Local children, with wide-eyed wonder, would gather near the old yards, daring one another to approach. Some swore they saw flickering lights and heard faint, ghostly laughter dancing on the wind. As the seasons changed, and the years rolled on, the legend of Billy Chips and Mick Brennan became an inseparable part of Nelson's tapestry. They were no longer just men, but spirits bound by devotion to their craft and their town. The Nelson Highways Department on Charles Street, though abandoned and forlorn, held within its time-worn walls a legacy that refused to fade. The ghosts of the old tar boilers, though long gone, continued to watch over Nelson, Lancashire, weaving their spectral threads into the very fabric of the town's soul. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Fred the Technician. Chorley Little Theatre. Haunting manifestation. Fred is one of several entities said to haunt the site, others being a shadowy figure seen on stage, a man wearing a trilby, a Victorian woman with a child, and an actress. In the quaint town of Chorley, nestled amidst the rolling hills of England, there stood a charming little theatre with a history as rich as its crimson curtains. The Chorley Little Theatre, they called it, had been the heart and soul of the community for generations. But it wasn't just the living who graced its stage, it was also home to several entities from the other side. One chill evening in the early 2010s, a seasoned technician named Fred was hard at work backstage. Fred had been a fixture at the theatre for years, known for his meticulous attention to detail and his unshakable dedication to the craft. He was a grizzled man with a kind heart, and he had seen his fair share of strange occurrences within the theatre's dimly lit corridors. As Fred fiddled with the control panel, preparing for an upcoming performance, he couldn't help but sense the presence of something otherworldly. It was a feeling he'd grown accustomed to over the years, as the Chorley Little Theatre had a reputation for being haunted. He'd often heard stories from fellow technicians and actors about ghostly figures roaming the theatre's hallowed halls. Tonight was no exception. As he adjusted a spotlight, he caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure out of the corner of his eye. It stood on the stage, casting a long, eerie silhouette against the backdrop. Fred knew it wasn't a member of the cast or crew, it was something beyond the realm of the living. Despite the chill that ran down his spine, Fred approached the stage cautiously. The shadowy figure seemed to flicker, as if it were unsure whether to reveal itself or retreat into the darkness. Fred spoke softly, addressing the presence. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Why are you here?" The figure remained silent, its form shifting like smoke in the dim light. It seemed to beckon Fred closer, its intentions unclear. As he stepped onto the stage, he noticed another apparition, this time a man wearing a trilby hat and a long overcoat. The two spirits stood side by side, their presence becoming more tangible with each passing moment. Fred, being a pragmatic man, had always approached these encounters with curiosity rather than fear. He believed that understanding the entities that inhabited the theatre was key to coexisting peacefully with them. With a deep breath, he decided to address both spirits. "Are you here to tell a story?" Fred inquired, thinking of the countless plays and performances that had graced the stage. "Or perhaps you're here because you loved the theatre as much as I do?" The spirits seemed to waver, as if acknowledging his words. In that moment, Fred felt a sense of connection with them, a shared love for the arts that transcended the boundaries of life and death. As the days turned into weeks and months, Fred continued to share the stage with these spectral companions. The Victorian woman with a child would sometimes appear, her eyes filled with longing, while an actress from a bygone era would dance gracefully across the boards, her ethereal laughter echoing in the empty theatre. The Chorley Little Theatre became a sanctuary not only for the living but also for the souls that lingered between worlds. Fred, the seasoned technician, had found himself in the company of both the living and the dead, united by their love for the magic of the stage. In the end, it didn't matter if the theatre was haunted, for Fred knew that every creaky floorboard and flickering light was a testament to the enduring power of the arts. And as long as the curtains rose, he and the spirits of Chorley Little Theatre would continue to create moments of wonder and enchantment for all who ventured into its hallowed halls. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Clayton Arms Hotel Nelson haunting. In the heart of Manchester Road, Nelson, Lancashire. Nestled amidst the bustling streets and charming architecture, stood the Clayton Arms Hotel. It was a testament to history, a grand establishment that had witnessed the ebb and flow of time since its construction in the year 1863. Lord Avery Clayton, born in the year 1841, had overseen the creation of this magnificent edifice, a blend of Victorian elegance and timeless beauty. As the years passed, the Clayton Arms Hotel became not just a place to rest one's head, but a cornerstone of the community. One particular family was intertwined with its legacy, the Coopers. William Cooper, a man of dignified bearing and a bowler hat perched upon his head, had taken up the role of the esteemed landlord. With a strong sense of responsibility, he had applied for a license in January of 1904, ensuring that the hotel remained a hub of social activity and comfort. In the midst of this historic setting, a scene often unfolded that seemed almost frozen in time. William Cooper, with his bowler hat ever present, would often find himself standing before the window of the smoke room. His eyes would gaze out onto the world beyond, perhaps pondering the tales the walls of the hotel could tell if they could speak. Jesse Cooper, William's son, was a constant presence as well. A figure of youthful energy, he often stood in the doorway of the hotel, a glass barrel hanging above him, a symbol of the hospitality and spirits that awaited within. The motto etched onto the sign above the entrance was a reflection of their philosophy: everything comes to he who waits. It was a reminder that patience and perseverance would be rewarded in due time. But the passage of time is rarely without its mysteries. Legends began to weave themselves around the Clayton Arms Hotel, and one such legend was that of William Cooper's ghost. It was said that during the day, his spirit would wander the area, a faint echo of the man who had once overseen the affairs of the hotel. Yet, it was at night that the tales became more vivid. Under the soft glow of the moon, those who walked the quiet streets could sometimes glimpse the ghostly figure of William Cooper. He would stand near where the old main door had once welcomed patrons, now transformed into a shop that traded in modern wares. Despite the changes around him, his spirit seemed to find solace in wandering through the places he had once known so well. Whispers of his presence spread among the locals, and some claimed to have had brief, ethereal conversations with the spirit. Whether it was a shared memory or a longing for a time gone by, William Cooper's ghost remained a mysterious and poignant part of the Clayton Arms Hotel's narrative. And so, the Clayton Arms Hotel continued to stand as a beacon of history, a place where the past intertwined with the present, and where the echoes of those who had once walked its halls still lingered in the air. The Coopers' legacy, intertwined with the very bricks and mortar of the building, ensured that their story would be told and retold, each chapter adding to the tapestry of the old hotel on Manchester Road. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Cunning folk of Pendle Forest. In the heart of Pendle Forest, nestled amidst the ancient oaks and hidden within the shadows, lived a group of remarkable individuals known as the cunning folk. These enigmatic healers and wise folk had practiced their craft for generations, carrying the torch of ancient wisdom and mystical knowledge that had been passed down through the ages. The cunning folk of Pendle Forest were a close-knit community, bound by their unique abilities and their shared purpose, to aid their fellow villagers in times of need. They were the healers, the diviners, and the protectors against the dark forces that occasionally plagued the region. Their practices were both a source of solace and wonder for the people of Pendle. At the heart of this community was Eliza, a woman whose reputation as a cunning woman was unmatched. With eyes as deep as the forest itself and a mane of raven black hair that cascaded like a waterfall, she was seen as both a wise sage and a beacon of hope. Eliza was well versed in the secrets of herbs and remedies, able to heal ailments that had baffled even the most learned physicians. One chilly autumn evening, a knock came at Eliza's door. A young woman named Anna stood trembling on her doorstep, her eyes filled with fear and despair. She had heard of Eliza's mystical powers and had traveled far to seek her help. Anna's son, a frail and sickly boy, was fading fast, and no doctor had been able to offer a cure. Eliza welcomed Anna into her humble cottage, where the smell of dried herbs and simmering potions hung in the air. She listened intently to Anna's story and examined the boy with a gentle touch. With a knowing nod, she began mixing herbs and chanting ancient incantations, her fingers moving with the grace born of years of practice. Days turned into weeks, and the boy's health slowly began to improve. Anna watched in awe as her son's color returned, and his laughter once again filled the house. Grateful tears filled her eyes as she embraced Eliza, who simply smiled and whispered, "The forest has its own magic, my dear." News of Eliza's miraculous healing abilities spread like wildfire through the village, and soon, she found herself tending to the sick and the troubled day and night. The cunning folk of Pendle Forest rallied around her, assisting in their own unique ways. Some were skilled in the art of divination, while others crafted charms and amulets to ward off malevolent spirits. But as the cunning folk's fame grew, so did their enemies. Rumors of witchcraft began to circulate, and soon, whispers turned into accusations. The local authorities, spurred on by fear and ignorance, sought to put an end to the cunning folk's practices, believing them to be in league with dark forces. One fateful night, a mob gathered outside Eliza's cottage, torches blazing and hatred in their eyes. They accused her of being a witch and demanded her arrest. Eliza knew that her only chance was to use her cunning skills to turn the tide of suspicion away from her and her fellow cunning folk. She stood before the angry crowd, her voice calm but filled with authority. She explained the true nature of their craft, the centuries-old tradition of healing, protecting, and serving the community. She emphasized that they were not witches but guardians of the old ways, using their knowledge for the betterment of all. Eliza's words resonated with the villagers, many of whom had experienced the compassionate aid of the cunning folk. Slowly, the anger in their hearts began to wane, and they dispersed into the night, leaving Eliza and her community in peace. From that day forward, the cunning folk of Pendle Forest continued their work, safeguarding the ancient traditions of folk medicine and magic. They remained a beacon of hope, a wellspring of healing, and a source of wisdom in a world that often feared the unknown. And through their craft, they proved that the true magic of Pendle Forest was not found in spells or curses but in the power of unity, compassion, and the enduring spirit of community. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Dad, there's a black man in the public toilet with a white willy. That's okay son, it's only a miner who has been home for his dinner. Poem. In the heart of storytelling's realm it read, where words cascade upon the pages spread. A tale to weave, emotions to invoke, let us embark on this poetic stroke. Once upon a time, a story took flight, in gleaming letters, it danced with delight. From murky depths, a pen began to scribe, characters and worlds, where dreams could thrive. In shadows deep, where secrets often hide, a tale emerged, a journey to coincide. Whispers of the past, lingering whispers, we hear, with every line, a story bound to steer. A father and a son, both worlds apart, their paths entwined, where unity imparts. A public toilet, an unlikely stage, where differences confront, their hearts engage. The world, a canvas, painted with diverse hues, a black man's presence, unveiled, as he pays his dues. Yet, prejudice tries to wield its dark and might, but a father's wisdom shines, a guiding light. Son, do not judge by colors that you see, for unity lies in embracing diversity. That man, a miner, a hard-working soul, deserves respect, his story to unfold. A tale of help and harmony it becomes, through understanding, division succumbs. For in our stories lies the power to bind, to break down walls, with open hearts aligned. So let us write, with words imbued in grace, with empathy and truth, our stories embrace. For in each tale, a journey we embark, to touch souls, and stare emotions in the dark. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Dean House Farm area. Wycoller is a village in the civil parish of Trawton. In the quiet village of Wycoller, nestled in the heart of Lancashire, there stood an old and storied farmhouse known as Dean House Farm. This farmhouse held secrets that reached back through the annals of time, secrets that whispered of a history intertwined with magic, mystery, and a touch of the supernatural. Wycoller itself was a quaint and picturesque village, surrounded by lush greenery and rolling hills. Its cobbled streets and thatched-roof cottages seemed to harken back to a simpler era, where stories were passed down through generations, weaving a tapestry of legends that held both truth and embellishment. Dean House Farm was no exception. Its origins traced back to the early 17th century, when it was owned by the Cunliffe family. The hall had been constructed in 1550 by Piers Hartley and expanded upon in the late 18th century by Squire Cunliffe. However, the family's fortunes took a downturn, leading to the dismantling of the hall in 1818. Its stones were repurposed to construct a cotton mill, an attempt to settle the debts of Henry Owen Cunliffe, the hall's last resident. But as the years passed and the mill hummed with the industry of the times, whispers began to circulate about the farmhouse's history. It was said that the echoes of the past lingered within its walls, that the spirits of the Cunliffe family still roamed the grounds, their presence felt in the rustling of leaves and the soft sigh of the wind. The legends took on a life of their own, with villagers sharing tales of eerie lights flickering in the windows at night and ghostly figures glimpsed in the moonlight. The farmhouse became shrouded in a mystique that drew the curious and the bold. One story, in particular, captured the imagination of the village. It was whispered that the farmhouse had been immortalized in the words of a famous novelist, none other than Charlotte Brontë herself. As the tale goes, Jane Eyre, the iconic novel's author, had visited Wycoller and been so entranced by Dean House Farm that she had used it as inspiration for a pivotal setting in her work. The haunted manor house in the novel was said to be a reflection of the farmhouse's enigmatic aura. As the years turned to decades, Dean House Farm continued to be a magnet for those who sought to unravel its mysteries. Some were drawn by the allure of the supernatural, hoping to catch a glimpse of a spectre or hear the faint echoes of the past. Others were enchanted by its historical significance, eager to touch the same stones that had witnessed the passage of time. And so, on certain nights, villagers would gather near the farm, under the twinkling stars, to partake in the ancient tradition of dancing around a bonfire in the nude. A celebration that harkened back to forgotten times, a celebration where, according to the lore, witches, warlocks, demons, and even the devil himself would join the festivities. Dean House Farm and its tales lived on, etched into the fabric of Wycoller's identity. The farm became a testament to the intertwining of history, myth, and the human imagination, a place where reality and legend danced together in the moonlight, casting long shadows that stretched across the pages of Lancashire's history. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Donald and the Hardplat's Vampires. In the quiet village of Nelson, Lancashire, nestled among rolling hills and lush greenery, there was a sense of tranquility that seemed to envelop the entire place. But beneath the peaceful facade, an old legend lingered, a tale of mystery and darkness that had been whispered through generations. One foggy evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and cast long shadows across the cobblestone streets, a man named Donald found himself walking through the heart of Nelson. Donald was a curious soul, always seeking adventure and excitement in the most unexpected places. He had heard snippets of the local legend of the Hardplat's Vampires, a group of supernatural creatures rumored to haunt the nearby woods. Despite the warnings from the villagers, who spoke of the dangers lurking in the shadows, Donald's curiosity got the better of him. He decided to venture into the dense forest surrounding the village, armed with nothing but a lantern and a heart full of bravado. As he delved deeper into the woods, the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. The branches of ancient trees creaked in the wind, and the hoot of an owl sent a shiver down Donald's spine. The dense undergrowth seemed to clutch at his ankles, as if trying to keep him from uncovering the secrets that lay ahead. Eventually, Donald stumbled upon an abandoned clearing, where an old, crumbling mansion stood. The mansion was shrouded in darkness, its windows boarded up and its once grand facade marred by time and neglect. This had to be the place where the Hardplatz vampires were rumored to dwell. Summoning all his courage, Donald pushed open the creaking front door and stepped into the mansion's interior. The air was heavy with dust and the musty scent of decay. Moonlight filtered through gaps in the boarded-up windows, casting eerie shadows on the walls. As he explored the mansion's dimly lit rooms, Donald felt an inexplicable sense of being watched. He could almost hear faint whispers and soft footsteps echoing through the halls. Each creaking floorboard seemed to hint at the mansion's haunted past. Just as doubt began to creep into Donald's mind, a voice echoed through the darkness. "Who dares trespass in our domain?" The voice was chilling, dripping with a mixture of curiosity and menace. Donald's heart raced as he turned to see a figure cloaked in shadows, eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. "I'm Donald," he stammered, his lantern trembling in his grip. I was just curious about the legends surrounding this place." The figure stepped forward, revealing its true form, a woman with striking features, pale skin, and a sense of elegance that belied her eerie presence. She introduced herself as Lady Isolde, the last of the Hardplatz vampires, cursed to eternal life and isolation. Donald listened intently as Lady Isolde recounted the tragic tale of her kind. Once a thriving and noble vampire clan, the Hardplatz had fallen victim to a curse that stripped them of their powers and forced them into hiding. They were now nothing more than shadows of their former selves, haunting the mansion in quiet desperation. As the night wore on, Donald and Lady Isolde formed an unlikely connection. He shared stories of the world beyond the woods, and she offered glimpses into the forgotten history of Nelson and Lancashire. They discovered that their fates were intertwined, both seeking to break free from the constraints that bound them. Together, they embarked on a journey to uncover the secrets of the curse and find a way to restore the Hardplatz vampires to their former glory. Along the way, they encountered challenges and faced their deepest fears. Through their unwavering determination and friendship, they discovered the key to breaking the curse, an act of true selflessness and sacrifice. With the curse finally lifted, the mansion once again stood as a majestic symbol of the Hardplatz legacy. Lady Isolde and her fellow vampires, now free to roam the world without fear, chose to use their powers for good, protecting the village and its inhabitants from any lurking dangers. As seasons changed and years passed, the legend of Donald and the Hardplatz vampires became a cherished tale in Nelson and Lancashire. The village, once steeped in mystery, now thrived with newfound hope and unity. And at the heart of it all was a bond that transcended the boundaries of the supernatural, the enduring friendship between a curious adventurer and a lonely vampire seeking redemption. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. In the heart of Lancashire, nestled within the picturesque town of Nelson in Pendle, a chilling tale whispered through the generations had become an integral part of local folklore. The townspeople knew it well, and they abided by a peculiar rule: don't leave bread or milk on the kitchen table at night, it attracts the dead. Nelson was a place of tranquil beauty during the day, with its cobbled streets, ancient stone houses, and rolling hills that seemed to cradle the town in a protective embrace. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness draped its veil over the landscape, an air of unease swept through the narrow alleys and quiet corners. The townsfolk attributed this unease to the ghosts that were said to haunt the streets at night. These restless souls were rumored to be the spirits of those who had lived and died under tragic circumstances, unable to find peace in the afterlife. Some believed that their miseries had attracted malevolent forces, making Nelson a realm where the living and the dead intertwined in eerie harmony. At the heart of the tale was the story of a man named William. A man shrouded in mystery, William had once been a prominent figure in Nelson, known for his charismatic charm and enigmatic demeanor. But as time passed, whispers of dark dealings and pacts with the devil began to circulate. William had delved into forbidden realms, seeking knowledge and power that extended beyond the boundaries of mortal understanding. Legend had it that William's greed for forbidden knowledge led him down a path of treachery and darkness. He struck a nefarious pact with the devil himself, his soul forever bound by the consequences of his choices. As a result, he became a harbinger of malevolence, wandering the shadows between worlds and sowing chaos wherever he tread. The townspeople, wary of attracting the attention of such a malevolent force, heeded the cautionary warning passed down through the ages: don't leave bread or milk on the kitchen table at night, it attracts the dead. It was believed that these offerings acted as a macabre invitation to William and his sinister kin, luring them from their spectral realm into the world of the living. As generations passed, the superstition remained strong, woven into the fabric of daily life. Even in the modern era, where science and skepticism held sway, the residents of Nelson honored the old ways, their actions a testament to the enduring power of folklore and belief. Visitors who ventured into the town soon learned to respect its peculiar customs. The locals would share stories of encounters with flickering apparitions and strange happenings that defied rational explanation. While skeptics dismissed these tales as mere fantasies, there were those who couldn't help but feel a shiver run down their spine as the night settled in and the wind whispered ancient secrets through the trees. And so, the tale of Nelson in Pendle endured, a tapestry woven with threads of the past and the present, binding the living and the dead in a dance of eerie fascination. Whether one chose to believe in the power of superstition or dismiss it as mere legend, the undeniable truth was that the town's history and its enigmatic warning had become an indelible part of its identity, a reminder that in the shadows, the echoes of the past continued to whisper their haunting truths. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Poem: Down at the bottom of the yard is our coal hole. Down at the bottom of the yard is our coal hole. The pail where the coal man leaves our coal for Dad and Mum to fill our coal scuttle, to bring it into our house to keep us warm in the depths of our yard, where shadows play. A coal hole rests, in quiet array, a haven for darkness, where treasures lie, fuel for the fire, reaching for the sky. The coal man comes, with his steady stride, delivering riches, warmth as his guide, for Dad and Mum, with hands strong and sure, to fill the scuttle, to make hearts endure. Black diamonds within, a trove of might, a promise of comfort through day and night, with crackling flames, a dance so bold, stories are woven, as memories unfold. From the coal hole's depth, a tale does unfurl, of labor and love, in a cold weathered world, bringing the warmth, to chase off the chill, a coal-fired symphony, tranquil and still. So let the coal hole stand, a silent friend, a place of provision, on which we depend. In its embrace, our hearth's fire will gleam, a tribute to moments, a cherished dream. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Title: Duel of Shadows. In the heart of Coppell, shrouded by ancient trees, stood the remnants of a house that time had long forgotten. Its walls, once witness to tales of grandeur and despair, now whispered only to the wind. No soul dared approach, for the stories that clung to its timbers were those of a haunting manifestation. In the annals of history, the tale was etched with ink and blood. It spoke of two men, each a shadow of the other's beliefs. One donned the somber attire of a Roundhead, his resolve as unyielding as the iron that encased him. The other was the embodiment of cavalier gallantry, his spirit aflame with royalist fervor. The air, thick with anticipation, bore witness to their fateful encounter. The sun, subdued by an ashen sky, cast long, eerie shadows upon the ground. The silence was suffocating, broken only by the solemn trudge of boots against damp earth. As the first clash of steel rang out, it seemed as though the very forest held its breath. The Roundhead's strikes were precise, each swing imbued with the weight of conviction. His opponent, the Cavalier, danced with grace, a blur of velvet and gleaming steel. Theirs was a duel of ideologies, a struggle that transcended mere mortal combat. Back and forth they danced, their weapons singing a mournful dirge. The house, now a mere skeleton, seemed to resonate with their every clash. It bore the scars of countless echoes, etched into its fading facade like the remnants of forgotten souls. Time lost its meaning as the battle raged on, the combatants locked in a ceaseless waltz of destiny. Their eyes, fierce and unyielding, mirrored the fervor of their convictions. Neither would yield, for to do so would be to surrender not only their lives, but the very essence of their beliefs. With a final, resounding clash, the world seemed to hold its breath. The Roundhead's blood met its mark, striking true and final. The Cavalier, his defiance undiminished, fell to the earth, his spirit soaring on the wings of a cause that would forever live on. The woods, no longer burdened by the weight of this spectral struggle, exhaled a sigh that seemed to rustle the leaves. The house, though battered and broken, stood as a silent sentinel to a duel that had long since become legend. And so, in the heart of Copal, amidst the whispers of ancient trees, the ghosts of two men still danced their eternal dance. A Roundhead and a Cavalier, forever bound by the threads of history, their legacy etched into the very fabric of the land they had fought to defend. Their story, though long forgotten by the world, lived on in the haunting manifestation that lingered in the house by the woodland. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Figure in white in Chorley Fox and Goose Public House, closed early 20th century, date and time March 1887. A landlord and two men discovered a figure in white in the kitchen. The figure made such a strange sound that the men allowed it to leave. The figure was later arrested, when it was revealed the ghost was a burglar who had tried to disguise himself as a paranormal entity. In the small Lancashire town of Chorley, nestled among the rolling hills and quaint streets, there stood an old and storied establishment known as the Fox and Goose Public House. For generations, it had been a gathering place for locals seeking solace in the warmth of its hearth and the camaraderie of fellow patrons. However, in the early 20th century, the doors of the Fox and Goose had closed, leaving behind a legacy of memories and tales whispered through the years. One such tale, a strange and haunting incident, took place in March of 1887 when the pub was still in its prime. The night was chilly, and a thick fog hung in the air, casting an eerie ambience over the town. The Fox and Goose was filled with the laughter of patrons and the clinking of glasses as they sought refuge from the harsh elements outside. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the landlord, a stout and no-nonsense man named Samuel Finch, received an unexpected visit. Two men, their faces pale and drawn, rushed into the pub with wild eyes and trembling hands. They appeared to be in a state of utter disbelief and distress. "What's the matter, lads?" Samuel asked, his brow furrowing with concern. One of the men stammered, "Samuel, you won't believe what we've seen in your kitchen." Samuel exchanged a puzzled glance with the patrons who had gathered to listen. Without hesitation, he led the two men to the kitchen at the back of the pub, its walls adorned with faded oil paintings and shelves filled with jars of pickles and preserves. As they entered the kitchen, their breaths caught in their throats. There, bathed in an eerie, ghostly glow, stood a figure dressed entirely in white. It was hunched over a wooden table, its movements slow and deliberate. A strange, guttural sound emanated from the figure, sending shivers down their spines. Samuel's heart pounded in his chest as he asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The figure turned its head, revealing a face obscured by a white hood. It continued making its eerie, otherworldly sounds, which only grew more unsettling with each passing moment. The two men who had stumbled upon this chilling scene felt a growing sense of dread, and their courage wavered. With trembling voices, they urged Samuel to take action, to banish this spectral intruder from his kitchen. But as they drew nearer, something extraordinary happened. The figure in white suddenly dropped to the floor, writhing and contorting, its eerie sounds now resembling pain cries. It was as if the ghostly facade had crumbled, revealing a living, breathing person beneath. Samuel and the two men approached cautiously, and to their astonishment, they recognized the man beneath the hood. It was none other than Charles Milligan, a known troublemaker in Chorley. "Charles, what madness is this?" Samuel demanded, his anger now replacing his initial fear. Charles, his face pale and guilty, finally spoke, "I was trying to rob you, Samuel. I thought if I dressed as a ghost, I could slip in unnoticed. But when you and these men came in, I had to keep up the act." Realization dawned on Samuel and the others. Charles had attempted to disguise himself as a paranormal entity to commit a burglary, but his plan had backfired spectacularly. The constables were called, and Charles Milligan was arrested for his audacious attempt at deception. The town of Chorley would remember the bizarre night at the Fox and Goose for years to come, not as a ghostly encounter, but as a tale of a burglar whose greed led him to don the most unlikely of disguises, that of a figure in white. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Freddie Dean had been a resident of Exchange Street for most of his life. The small town of Colne, nestled in the heart of Lancashire, was known for its charming streets and tight-knit community. Exchange Street, in particular, was a place where everyone knew everyone else's business, or so they thought. The street had a peculiar tale that had been passed down through generations, a tale of the ghost of Freddie Dean. Freddie Dean had been a resident of Exchange Street for most of his life. He was a man of few words, a tarmacer by trade, and a heavy drinker by choice. He spent his days working tirelessly under the scorching sun, paving roads and paths for the townsfolk. When the sun set, he could be found at Red Lion, the local pub, nursing his favorite beer and sharing stories with his friends. Freddie's life was a simple one, filled with the monotonous rhythm of laying down hot asphalt. But there was one thing that made him truly exceptional, something that no one would forget, even after he had passed away. It was the eerie incident that occurred on a chilly autumn evening. One night, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Freddie Dean didn't show up at the line. His absence raised eyebrows and sparked hushed conversations among the regulars. It was unheard of for Freddie to miss his daily ritual. When morning broke, the townsfolk discovered the shocking truth. Freddie's body lay lifeless on Exchange Street, right outside his own doorstep. The circumstances surrounding his death remained a mystery. There were no signs of foul play, no apparent reason for such an untimely demise. Rumors and speculations swirled through the community like a ghostly fog. Some believed that Freddie had been cursed, while others suspected a tragic accident. But there was one theory that gained more traction than the rest, the idea that Freddie's ghost still roamed Exchange Street. People began reporting strange sightings. A shadowy figure, resembling Freddie, was said to wander the street at night. It was always near the spot where he had died, and it seemed to be searching for something, or perhaps someone. Some claimed they heard whispers in the wind, faint echoes of Freddie's voice, calling out for a drink at Red Lion. As the years passed, Freddie Dean's ghostly presence became an accepted part of Exchange Street's lore. People would leave a glass of whiskey outside their homes on the anniversary of his death, a gesture of respect for the tarmacer who had become a local legend. And so, Exchange Street Colne continued to thrive, its cobblestone pathways echoing with the footsteps of the living in the spectral wanderings of Freddie Dean's ghost. Freddie's story served as a reminder that even in a quiet town, beneath the seemingly ordinary lives of its inhabitants, mysteries and legends could be found, if one cared to look deep enough. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Ghost of Miles Hardcastle, The Scarlet Arms, at Marsden Heights, Nelson, Lancashire. In the quiet Lancashire town of Marsden Heights, the echoes of history reverberated through the cobbled streets and the time-worn buildings. Among these stood the Scarlet Arms, a venerable establishment with a rich past that seemed to seep through its very foundations. The pub's patrons often whispered about the ghost of Miles Hardcastle, the former landlord and brewer who was said to roam its halls, forever tethered to the place he had once called home. Miles Hardcastle, a figure of local legend, was known for his robust demeanor and his unwavering dedication to crafting the finest tales. He had once been the heart and soul of the Scarlet Arms, overseeing both the libations and the laughter that flowed within its walls. His rugged hands had toiled over barrels of malt and hops, transforming humble ingredients into liquid gold that warmed the souls of all who partook. It was rumored that Miles had also held court at the Scarlet Arms' predecessor in the nearby village of Thurston. He had been both the landlord and the brewer there, a dual role that he carried with pride. Tales of his brewing prowess spread far and wide, drawing thirsty travelers from distant lands who had heard whispers of his exquisite creations. As the years rolled on, Marsden Heights embraced a changing landscape. The Farmer's Arms at Southfield, now known as Nelson, had its own share of stories to tell. Local lore suggested that it, too, had harbored a brewery of its own, a hidden gem nestled within its walls. The secrets of its brewing legacy had become obscured over time, but the spirit of camaraderie and community that Miles Hardcastle embodied lived on. Not far away, the inn at Coldwell stood as a silent witness to the ebb and flow of time. Once a bustling hub for weary travelers and jovial revelers, it had likely shared in the tradition of brewing its own ale. The whispers of those bygone days were carried by the wind, a haunting melody that lingered in the air. The Massey family, a name steeped in the traditions of brewing, added yet another layer to this tale. Their legacy traced back to the 18th century, a time when the alchemy of fermentation was practiced with reverence. Though the Massey name would eventually be synonymous with brewing, the exact origins of their business remain shrouded in mystery. The Holgate family and the ill-fated partners Tetzel and Crook were potential threads in the intricate tapestry, their stories intertwining with the destiny of Massey's. And so, the ghost of Miles Hardcastle continued to wander the halls of the Scarlet Arms, a silent guardian of its brewing heritage. His presence was felt in the clinking of glasses and the hearty laughter that filled the pub's cozy corners. The Scarlet Arms, the Farmer's Arms, Coldwell Inn, and the legacy of Massey's all converged in a timeless dance, a symphony of history that echoed through the ages, reminding the townspeople of Marsden Heights that the past was never truly gone. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Ghostly angel pig seen in Newch-in Pendle over old slaughterhouse. In the quiet village of Newch-in Pendle, nestled amidst the rolling hills of Lancashire, an old slaughterhouse stood as a sombre relic of the past. Its weathered timbers groaned under the weight of years, bearing witness to countless lives claimed within its walls. The villagers spoke of whispered echoes that lingered, and shadows that danced in the moonlight. One misty October evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the cobbled streets, young Emily, an inquisitive soul with a penchant for the paranormal, set out to unravel the mysteries that clung to the old slaughterhouse. Armed with a flashlight and a heart full of courage, she ventured into the heart of the village. As she approached the decrepit building, a sudden chill settled around her, and the air grew heavy with an unexplainable presence. With each step, the ancient floorboards creaked in protest, but Emily pressed on, her curiosity overcoming any trepidation. Inside, the air hung still and cold, carrying with it a scent of damp earth and aged wood. Cobwebs clung to the rafters like ghostly tapestries, swaying gently in a phantom breeze. Emily's flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating forgotten corners and discarded remnants of a time long past. Suddenly, a soft, mournful wail echoed through the chamber, sending shivers down Emily's spine. She froze, her breath hanging in the frigid air. A pale, ethereal light flickered in the corner of her eye, drawing her gaze towards a figure that materialized before her. It was a pig, its form translucent and glowing, with a gentle, almost serene expression. It gazed at Emily with eyes that seemed to hold ancient wisdom, and yet, an innocence that tugged at her heart. "You're no ordinary pig, are you?" Emily whispered, her voice trembling. The apparition let out a soft, melancholic oink, its tail swishing like a phantom's brush stroke. As if guided by an unseen force, Emily reached out a trembling hand, her fingers passing through the pig's ghostly form. She could feel a strange warmth, a comforting presence that seemed to pulse within her. With each passing moment, the pig's form seemed to solidify, as if it were trying to bridge the gap between worlds. It gazed at Emily with an imploring look, as if seeking solace for a long-held sorrow. Tears welled in Emily's eyes as she understood that this spectral pig was bound to the slaughterhouse, forever tethered to a tragic past. It was a guardian spirit, watching over the place where its earthly journey had met its untimely end. Determined to offer solace, Emily returned to the village the next day, armed with sage, incense, and a heart full of compassion. She performed a heartfelt ritual, a tribute to the lost souls that had once walked the grounds. As the incense smoke curled and danced, a sense of peace settled over the old slaughterhouse. From that day forward, the villagers spoke of a newfound tranquility that graced the vicinity. The spectral pig, now dubbed Angel by the locals, was seen less frequently, its presence no longer tethered by sorrow. Emily's encounter with the ghostly angel pig became legend in Pendle, a tale of compassion and the transcendence of earthly bounds. And though the old slaughterhouse bore witness to its grim history, it also became a symbol of redemption, thanks to a courageous soul who dared to bridge the gap between worlds. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson, Lancashire. Home of the Devil Cockerham, River Cocker and surrounding area. Legend of Old Nick. The devil once decided that his new home would be here, but a cunning schoolteacher managed to drive him away after convincing Old Nick that he should try to make a rope of sand which could be used in the river without dissolving. Title: The Home of the Devil. In the heart of Cockerham, nestled along the winding curves of River Cocker, there stood a place of eerie repute, the home of the devil. This legend, shrouded in mystery, whispered through generations of locals. It was said that the devil himself once claimed this land as his own. The story began in a time lost to history, when the world still danced to the rhythms of ancient folklore. Old Nick, as they called him, grew tired of his infernal abode and sought a new residence. Drawn by the serenity of Cockerham, he decided to make this tranquil corner of the world his new home. Word of the devil's arrival spread like wildfire, sending ripples of fear through the close-knit community. Villagers exchanged wary glances, clutching crosses and reciting prayers, seeking protection from the impending darkness. However, in a small cottage on the outskirts of Cockerham, there resided a school teacher with a reputation for sharp wit and cunning intellect. Miss Abigail Blackwood was her name, and she was known for her unyielding resolve and a clever tongue that could outsmart even the most cunning of adversaries. Learning of the devil's intentions, Miss Blackwood knew she had to act swiftly. She concocted a plan, born of equal parts bravery and cleverness. She set out to confront Old Nick, her heart pounding with a mix of dread and determination. One moonless night, beneath the ancient willow trees that lined the river bank, Miss Blackwood found herself face to face with the devil. His eyes gleamed with the malevolent fire that danced within him. Undeterred, she greeted him with a polite curtsy. "Good evening, sir. I must say, your choice of residence is quite unexpected." The devil grinned, revealing teeth as sharp as shards of obsidian. "I grow weary of the infernal flames. I seek solace in the quiet waters and rustling leaves of Cockerham." Miss Blackwood nodded, feigning admiration. "A fine choice, indeed. But may I offer a suggestion, sir? It is said that the true test of a residence's worth is its resilience. Perhaps you could attempt to fashion a rope of sand that won't dissolve in the river's flow?" The devil's brows furrowed in intrigue. He had never encountered such an audacious proposition. "A rope of sand, you say?" "Yes," she replied, her voice steady. "A rope that can withstand the river's embrace. If you can accomplish such a feat, the people of Cockerham will welcome you with open arms." The devil, never one to back down from a challenge, agreed to the task. Night after night, he toiled at the water's edge, shaping the finest grains of sand into a delicate, yet resilient rope. Weeks turned to months, and the villagers watched in astonishment as the devil labored on. His determination was unwavering, his skill unmatched. He poured his infernal energy into this impossible task. Then, one fateful night, as the moon hung low in the sky, the devil stood triumphant, holding in his hands a rope of sand, strong enough to defy the river's current. Miss Blackwood, standing nearby, couldn't help but offer a genuine smile. "You have proven yourself, sir. The people of Cockerham shall welcome you with open arms." And so, the devil, having earned the respect of both river and town, made Cockerham his home, turning it from a place of fear into one of unlikely camaraderie. Legends passed down through the ages would tell of the cunning schoolteacher who outsmarted the devil and, in doing so, forged an unexpected alliance between man and infernal being. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. 9th of September 2023. I would like to ask, is what was Nelson Arndale now Pendle Rise safe for people to shop in? It was built in the mid-1960s. Along with the bus station and car park that has been pulled down because of concrete cancer it was rooting away, I believe Nelson Arndale now Pendle Rise is not fit or safe for people to work or shop in because it was built with the same sort of concrete. It needs surveying by a private company. Pendle Council needs it surveying to top to bottom urgently. Subject: urgent safety concerns regarding Nelson Arndale, now Pendle Rise. I am writing to bring to your attention some serious concerns regarding the safety of Nelson Arndale, now known as Pendle Rise, in light of its construction in the mid-1960s and recent structural issues. As you may be aware, the adjacent bus station and car park have already been dismantled due to the presence of concrete cancer, a clear indication of the critical state of the construction materials used. It is alarming to think that the same concrete may have been employed in the construction of Nelson Arndale, now Pendle Rise. Given these circumstances, it is my firm belief that Nelson Arndale, now Pendle Rise, is not in a condition conducive to ensuring the safety and well-being of both employees and shoppers alike. It is of paramount importance that an immediate, comprehensive survey be conducted by a reputable private company to assess the extent of the potential risks. I also implore Pendle Council to take urgent action by commissioning a thorough survey of the entire structure, from top to bottom. Such an evaluation should not only focus on the visible aspects but also delve into the underlying structural integrity of the building. The safety of those who work and shop in Pendle Rise should never be compromised, and I trust that you share in this sentiment. By taking prompt action, we can ensure that this iconic establishment regains its status as a safe and secure hub for the community. I sincerely hope that you will consider this matter with the utmost urgency it deserves. Your attention to this concern will not only serve the interests of the public but also demonstrate a steadfast commitment to their well-being. Thank you for your immediate attention to this pressing issue. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. I grew up in the 1940s and 1950s. We had a tin bath, had a bath once a week in the old tin bath. A long drop toilet in the backyard. A shilling gas meter in the kitchen, and we played out in the back streets. By today's standard you would call use very poor, but we was happy playing in the streets. No fancy toys, a doll or a gun, that's all we ever had. In the heart of a small, tight-knit neighborhood in the 1940s and 1950s, I grew up in a world that might seem unimaginable to many today. We were far from wealthy, but we were rich in the simple joys of life. Our home was a humble, two-bedroom cottage, nestled amongst rows of similar houses, each with its own unique story to tell. Our bathtub was a trusty old tin one, and it was a weekly ritual for the family. Every Saturday evening, my mother would heat a kettle full of water on the gas stove, and with great care, she'd fill the tin bath with warm water. It was a sacred event, and my siblings and I would eagerly wait our turn. There was no rush. The warmth of the bath and the joy of splashing around made it a special occasion, one we looked forward to all week. In the backyard, a small wooden shed concealed our long drop toilet. Venturing out there in the middle of the night was an adventure in itself. The stars above were our night light, and the crisp night air provided a quiet serenity, broken only by the chirping of crickets. The heart of our home was the kitchen, where we gathered around the cozy warmth of the gas stove. A shilling meter clung to the wall, and it was my father's responsibility to ensure it was fed regularly with coins. The coins' clink as it dropped into the meter was a familiar sound, a constant reminder of our modest means. Despite our limited resources, my mother always managed to whip up the most delicious meals, stretching every ingredient to its fullest potential. The scent of her cooking filled our home with comfort and love, reminding us that happiness could be found in the simplest of moments. But our most cherished memories were formed in the back streets of our neighborhood. We played games like hopscotch, marbles, and hide-and-seek with the neighborhood kids. Our toys were far from extravagant: a hand-me-down doll with a missing eye, a wooden gun lovingly carved by my father, but they brought us endless joy. During those carefree days, we were rich in imagination. The world was our canvas, and the possibilities were boundless. We created adventures, built forts from discarded grates, and raced homemade go-karts down the sloping alleyways. Life was hard by today's standards, but we didn't know any different, and we didn't care. We were surrounded by a sense of community, where everyone knew each other, and the phrase, "It takes a village," truly meant something. Neighbors looked out for one another, lending a hand when times were tough and sharing in the small victories. In the evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the gas lamps flickered to life, we'd gather on the stoops of our homes, laughing, talking, and sharing stories. Our hearts were light, our spirits were high, and our lives were woven together in a tapestry of simple pleasures. Looking back on those days, it's easy to see that we were indeed very poor by material standards, but we were wealthy in love, laughter, and the kind of happiness that can only be found in the embrace of a close-knit community and the simplicity of childhood. Those times may have faded into history, but the memories live on, etched forever in the heart of a time gone by. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. I love fish fingers with chips and mushy peas. In coastal towns where seagulls play, beneath the sun's warm golden ray, a simple pleasure, a favorite dish, fish fingers, chips, and peas, my wish. Golden fillets, crisp and light, wrapped in a batter, oh so right, they dance in oil, a sizzling waltz, a symphony of taste that exalts. Beside them lie the chips, so fine, potatoes gift, a starchy sign, their edges crisp, their centers soft, a perfect bearing, a treat oft sought. And then, the peas, a verdant sea, mushed to a delightful glee. They lend a freshness to the fare, a balance to the crispy air. Together on the plate they rest, a trinity that I love best, each bite a melody, a rhyme, a taste of home, a cherished time. So let us raise a joyful cheer, for fish and chips, and peas so dear, a meal that warms both heart and soul, a culinary anthem, a cherished goal. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. In the heart of Lancashire, nestled between the towns of Nelson and Colne, stood the ancient Casterclife Hill fort. It had witnessed countless centuries pass, its stones weathered by time and history. But on one moonlit night, the fort's silent walls came alive with a ghostly spectacle that would defy explanation. As the clock struck midnight, a soft mist began to rise from the ground, swirling around the ruins of Casterclife. From the mist emerged a legion of ghostly Roman soldiers, their spectral forms clad in gleaming armor and draped in crimson cloaks. They marched in perfect formation, their footsteps echoing through the night as if the very earth itself paid homage to their presence. Led by a commanding centurion, the legionnaires followed an ancient and long-forgotten path that stretched for 19 miles. Through fields and forests, over streams and hills, the ghostly procession made its way with a solemn determination. The moon cast an eerie glow upon their translucent figures, turning their march into a haunting dance of shadows and light. The journey led them to another relic of the past, the Ribchester Roman fort. The ancient stones of the fort seemed to recognize the arrival of their long-lost comrades, and a faint whisper of history resonated through the air. The fort's gates, long rusted and worn, creaked open of their own accord, inviting the ghostly legion inside. Within the fort's walls, the spectral soldiers continued their solemn march, as if retracing the steps of their living counterparts from centuries ago. Their armor gleamed and their banners fluttered in the wind, though there was no breeze to stir them. It was as if the very essence of their past glory had been captured in this ethereal display. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight began to pierce the horizon, the ghostly march gradually faded away. The mist receded, leaving behind the quiet ruins of the Ribchester fort. The centurion, last to depart, turned back one final time, as if bidding farewell to a world he could only touch through the veil of time. The townsfolk of Nelson and Colne awoke to find their surroundings unchanged, but whispers of the spectral Roman march spread through the region like wildfire. It became a tale told by firesides and passed down through generations, a story that blurred the lines between history and legend. And so, the ghostly Roman soldiers of Casterclife Hill Fort and Ribchester Roman Fort continued to march through time, a reminder of the enduring power of the past and the stories it leaves behind. Their journey, though shrouded in mystery, became a source of wonder and inspiration for all who heard their tale, connecting the present to a distant and enigmatic past. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. In the heart of Lancashire, nestled amidst the embrace of time, stood Sun Street, a narrow, cobbled thoroughfare that seemed to hold secrets within its ancient stones. As dawn's tender light graced the horizon, a quiet hush would descend upon the street, almost as if the very air held its breath in reverence. This was the hour when the past would awaken, when the spirits of the old weavers emerged from the veil between worlds. Sun Street was not just a physical pathway, it was a passage through history, a tapestry woven with the threads of the past. The weavers' cottages that lined the street had once been abuzz with the rhythmic clatter of looms and the melodious hum of threads intertwining. The Lancashire Mill, standing tall at the end of the street, had been the heartbeat of the community, its machinery a testament to the marvels of the Industrial Revolution. In the stillness of the morning, as the sun cast its golden hues upon the cobblestones, the ghosts of the old weavers would come alive. They were not bound by the shackles of time, and as they walked to and from the mill, Their spectral figures swayed like ethereal threads, weaving through the tapestry of the street. Their footsteps, though unheard by the living, echoed in the realm of memory, resonating with a symphony of days long past. Each ghost carried a story, a life lived within the loom's embrace. There was Hannah, with her nimble fingers that danced like the wind upon the threads. And old Samuel, whose wisdom and experience guided the younger weavers through the intricacies of their craft. Eleanor, a spirited soul with dreams that reached beyond the mill's walls, would share tales of longing and determination. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the ghosts would gather near the entrance of the Lamshay mill, their translucent forms blending with the rising mist. It was here that their memories converged, where laughter and camaraderie filled the air. The mill, once a place of toil, became a sanctuary of shared moments, and the echoes of their conversations could almost be heard by those with open hearts. But the passage of time had a way of altering landscapes, both physical and spiritual. The railway's arrival shifted the course of progress, and newer mills emerged closer to the train station. Lamshay's growth remained confined, a reflection of a bygone era. Yet, the ghosts of Sun Street found solace in this stagnation, for it meant their haven remained intact, untouched by the relentless march of modernity. Generations came and went, and the world around Sun Street continued to evolve. The 1950s brought with them a different rhythm, a new tune that resonated through the air. The weavers' cottages stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time, their walls steeped in memories of days when the clatter of looms had been their heartbeat. And so, as the sun began its descent beyond the horizon, casting long shadows upon the cobbles, the ghosts of Sun Street would bid each other farewell. They would fade back into the tapestry of time, their stories interwoven with the very fabric of the street. But come dawn, they would awaken once more, ready to tread the path of memory, ready to keep the legacy of Lamshay alive. Sun Street, Lamshay, a place where the echoes of the past walked hand in hand with the present, where the threads of history were forever intertwined, and where the ghosts of old weavers whispered tales of resilience, camaraderie, and the enduring spirit of a community bound by the looms of time. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. In the quiet area of Pendle, nestled amidst the hills of Lancashire, lived a girl named Janet Device. Her story, a mix of tragedy and resilience, would become entwined with the infamous Pendle witch trials, forever altering her life and the course of history. Janet was a child of about 10 when she found herself drawn into the dark web of accusations and suspicion that surrounded the Pendle witches. In a time when superstition and fear reigned, her innocent words were twisted, leading to the conviction of several individuals for witchcraft. The weight of her words would haunt her for years to come. As the years passed, Janet grew older and wiser, burdened by the knowledge that her actions had played a role in the suffering of others. Little did she know that her own life would once again be entangled in the web of accusations. In November 1633, a boy named Edmund Robinson accused Janet and 16 others of practicing witchcraft. This time, she was accused of the murder of Isabel, the wife of William Nutter. The accusations led to a trial, and Janet, now older and perhaps more aware of the consequences of her words, faced the judgment of the court. The jury found her guilty, but the judges were uneasy. They demanded physical evidence to support the claims. Edmund, burdened by guilt and the echoes of the past, eventually confessed that he had lied, influenced by the tales of the previous Pendle witches' trial. Janet's innocence was established, and she was acquitted. However, her life was not without its scars. She had spent agonizing days in the shadow of judgment, imprisoned within Lancaster Castle. Though she was set free, she was required to repay for her time spent there. The weight of history and society's mistrust lingered. But Janet was not one to be defined solely by the trials that had marked her life. With her name cleared, she faced the world with a newfound determination. Fueled by the desire to escape the past and create a future of her own, she chose a path of resilience and reinvention. She changed her name, bidding farewell to the identity that had been marked by accusations and suspicion. Leaving behind the hills of Lancashire, Janet sought refuge in a foreign land, where the whispers of her past might not follow. In this new land, she embraced the opportunity for a fresh start, crafting a new life that bore no resemblance to the girl who had once stood at the center of a witch hunt. The records grow faint as time marches on, but one thing remains clear: Janet Device, once a child caught in the tumultuous currents of history, had transformed herself into someone new. She defied the expectations of a society that had once cast her as an unwitting agent of tragedy, and in doing so, she carved her own destiny. So what happened to Janet Device after her 34th birthday? She ventured beyond the boundaries of her past, creating a legacy that defied the confines of history's tales. She became a testament to the human capacity for resilience, reminding us that even in the darkest of times, there is the potential for rebirth and reinvention. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Title: Triumph of Resilience. Donald J. In the quiet town of Nelson, Lancashire, there lived a man named Donald J. who carried a heavy load. Despite facing a myriad of health challenges from the moment he took his first breath, Donald's spirit remained unbreakable. Dyslexia, a silent adversary, danced with his words, but Donald's determination to communicate knew no bounds. He poured his heart into every sentence, defying the odds with every written word. Irritable bowel syndrome played a discordant tune in his daily life, but Donald learned to compose a symphony of careful choices, embracing a diet that soothed his troubled gut. Born with a birth defect, possessing only one kidney, Donald's lone warrior endured the trials of life with grace. It fought valiantly, even as slight kidney failure in 2007 threatened to dim its resolve. The vast deferens, a silent witness to his journey, stood strong, a reminder of the battles waged within. An recent hypertension sent tremors through his veins, but his heart beat on, an unwavering testament to his fortitude. Angina of effort, a cruel companion, whispered caution with every beat. But Donald pressed forward, determined to let his heart know that he was the captain of this ship. Chronic cholecystitis dictated a low-fat diet, but Donald savored the flavors of life within its constraints. He learned to appreciate every morsel, finding joy in the simplest of meals. Chronic prostatitis brought its own set of challenges, but Donald faced them head-on. Pads became a part of his attire, a small price to pay for the strength that coursed through his veins. Nervous tension and depression lurked in the shadows, but Donald's spirit shone through, casting a light that dispelled the darkness. He sought solace in the small victories, a testament to his indomitable will. Chronic migraines, triggered by light and sound, painted his world in shades of agony. Yet, Donald refused to surrender, finding moments of respite in the stillness of his own mind. Hemorrhoids, a painful reminder of the battles fought within, could not deter Donald's stride. He faced them with stoicism, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Arthritis, a persistent foe, tested the limits of his joints. Yet, Donald embraced each day, finding strength in the knowledge that his body was a testament to the battles he had won. Cervical spondylosis, a pain in his neck, threatened to weigh him down. Dizziness danced at the edges of his vision, but Donald refused to lose sight of his path. Band-like pain around his head served as a constant companion, a reminder of the battles he faced. Pain shot down both arms, but Donald's spirit remained unyielding. Cervical vertigo brought moments of unsteadiness, but Donald found his balance in the rhythm of life. When it waned, he donned a collar, a symbol of his resilience. Fibrositis wove its tendrils through his body, but Donald stood tall. He faced the pain with unwavering courage, a testament to his unbreakable spirit. Sciatica sent bolts of pain down both legs, but Donald refused to be confined. He moved forward, each step a declaration of his strength. Low back pain and the ache in his hands were constant companions, but Donald's grip on life remained unshaken. He learned to savor the moments between the waves of pain. In 2012, deafness knocked on his door, but Donald found new ways to listen. 2 hearing aids became his allies, helping him navigate a world of muted sounds. Cataracts clouded his vision in 2013, but Donald saw through their haze. He faced the world with clarity of purpose, undeterred by the shadows that danced at the edges. On the 13th of November, 2014, his right arm broke, leaving his left arm weakened and painful. But Donald's spirit remained unbroken. He learned to adapt, finding strength in his newfound resilience. In 2017, celiac disease demanded a gluten-free diet, but Donald embraced the change. He discovered a world of flavors that danced on his palate, a testament to his adaptability. In 2019, cervical vertigo returned, testing his balance once more. But Donald stood firm, a rock against the tides of uncertainty. On the 31st of December, 2020, type 2 diabetes joined the ranks of his adversaries. But Donald faced it head-on, weaving it into the tapestry of his life, a testament to his ability to adapt and thrive. Through every trial, Donald's spirit remained unyielding. He was a testament to the power of resilience, a living embodiment of the triumph of the human spirit. His journey was a symphony of strength, each note a testament to his unwavering resolve. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. In the quiet village of Lanert in the heart of Wales, nestled among rolling hills and lush green valleys, lived a man named Evan Griffiths. He was a hard-working coal miner, known for his strength and dedication to his labor. Every day, he descended into the dark, damp mines, emerging in the evening covered in coal dust and sweat. Evan's life had been marked by 2 constants, his tireless work and his love for his wife, Anwen. Anwen was a caring and strong-willed woman, her hands rough from tending to their small cottage and garden. She bore witness to the toll that alcohol had taken on her community. Families torn apart, dreams shattered, and hard-earned money squandered in the local taverns. As the years passed, the temperance movement's influence reached even the remote corners of Wales. The temperance societies that had sprung up across the land intrigued Evan. He saw the ravages of alcohol on his fellow miners and the struggles of their families. He felt an urge to make a change, not just for himself and Anwen, but for the entire village. One Sunday afternoon, as the sun cast a warm glow over the Welsh landscape, Evan gathered with his neighbors at the local meeting hall. The topic of the day was the evils of excessive alcohol consumption and the benefits of temperance. A speaker from a nearby town had been invited to share his experiences and knowledge. Evan sat among the crowd, his calloused hands folded in his lap, and listened intently. The speaker spoke of the temperance movement's successes, how it had improved lives, saved marriages, and transformed communities. His words struck a chord within Evan. He glanced at Anwen, who nodded in agreement. After the presentation, the meeting hall buzzed with discussions. Evan found himself engaged in conversations with his friends and neighbors. The idea of abstinence from alcohol had taken root in his mind. As the discussions continued, Evan's determination grew stronger. He turned to Anwen and whispered, "I think it's time for a change, love." Over the next few weeks, Evan and Anwen became ardent supporters of the temperance movement. They attended meetings regularly, where they learned about the importance of moderation and, ultimately, abstinence. They began to see how their community could thrive without the grip of alcohol. Evan, drawing inspiration from the movement's founder Joseph Livesey, decided to take a bold step. He stood before the gathered crowd in the meeting hall and announced his pledge of abstinence from all strong drink. The room fell silent, and then applause erupted. Others soon joined him in taking the pledge, their voices ringing out with newfound hope. Word of Evan's commitment spread through the village and beyond. The story of the coal miner who had chosen to break free from the chains of alcohol reached neighboring towns and villages. Soon, temperance societies began to form in these places as well, drawing strength from Evan's example. Evan and Anwen's cottage became a haven for those seeking guidance and support in their journey towards abstinence. The couple opened their doors to anyone willing to listen and learn. They hosted gatherings where stories were shared, tears were shed, and laughter echoed in the air. As time went on, the temperance movement's influence continued to grow. More and more people chose the path of abstinence, transforming their lives and communities for the better. The movement's message spread like wildfire, touching the hearts of countless individuals and families. Evan and Anwen lived to see the day when Sunday closing of public houses was achieved, a significant victory for the temperance movement. They looked back on their journey with pride, knowing that their decision to embrace abstinence had ignited a spark of change that had swept across Wales. The temperance movement did face challenges and eventually waned in popularity, but its impact was indelible. The legacy of those who had chosen to stand against the tide of excessive drinking remained a testament to the power of individuals to make a difference, even in the face of adversity. And in the quiet village of Lanark, the story of Evan Griffiths and his unwavering commitment to a better life lived on, inspiring generations to come. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. In the village of Drawden near Colne in Lancashire is where Daft Jimmy used to sit his pigs on a wall to watch the Sunday school scrollers march by on Whit Sunday. In the quaint village of Drawden, nestled near Colne in the heart of Lancashire, there lived a man known far and wide as Daft Jimmy. He was a peculiar character, known for his eccentricities and oddities that brought a touch of whimsy to the village. One sunny Whit Sunday morning, as the bells of St. Mary's Church chimed merrily, the children of Drawden gathered for their annual march. Dressed in their Sunday best, with ribbons and wreaths adorning their hair, they were led by the kindly Sunday school teacher, Miss Agnes. The village was abuzz with excitement as families lined the cobbled streets, eager to catch a glimpse of the festive procession. As the children made their way down the winding path, a curious sight greeted them. There, perched atop a low stone wall, sat Daft Jimmy's pigs. They were a motley crew of contented oinkers, their snouts twitching in the crisp morning air, their beady eyes fixed on the approaching parade. Gasps and giggles rippled through the crowd as they beheld this comical spectacle. The pigs seemed to be enjoying the affair, their curly tails wiggling with glee. Daft Jimmy, his whiskers twitching in delight, sat beside them, a wide grin spread across his weathered face. Miss Agnes, with her gentle heart and a twinkle in her eye, approached Daft Jimmy. "Well, Jimmy, what brings you and your fine companions out to greet us on this splendid day?" "Ah, Miss Agnes, I thought my pigs might enjoy a bit of the Whit Sunday merriment." "They did," Jimmy replied, his Lancashire accent rolling over the words like a comforting melody. Miss Agnes chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Well, it seems they're quite taken with the festivities, indeed." And so, as the children paraded by, the pigs watched with an air of dignified fascination. Some even let out approving snorts, as if offering their own form of applause. The village of Drawden would talk about that Whit Sunday for years to come. It became a cherished memory, a tale told with fondness and laughter. Daft Jimmy and his pigs had added an unexpected, delightful twist to the day, forever etching their names into the annals of Drawden's history. From then on, every Whit Sunday, as the church bells rang and the children donned their wreaths, there was always a twinkle of anticipation in the air. Would Daft Jimmy and his porcine companions make another appearance? The village held its breath in hope, eager for the day when the wall would once again be graced by those curious, merry pigs. And in the years that followed, whether by serendipity or design, Daft Jimmy and his pigs never failed to bring a touch of whimsy to the cherished tradition of Whitsunday in Trawden, forever cementing their place in the hearts of the village folk. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. In the quiet area of Pendle, nestled amidst the hills of Lancashire, lived a girl named Janet Device. Her story, a mix of tragedy and resilience, would become entwined with the infamous Pendle witch trials, forever altering her life and the course of history. Janet was a child of about 10 when she found herself drawn into the dark web of accusations and suspicion that surrounded the Pendle witches. In a time when superstition and fear reigned, her innocent words were twisted, leading to the conviction of several individuals for witchcraft. The weight of her words would haunt her for years to come. As the years passed, Janet grew older and wiser, burdened by the knowledge that her actions had played a role in the suffering of others. Little did she know that her own life would once again be entangled in the web of accusations. In November 1633, a boy named Edmund Robinson accused Janet and 16 others of practicing witchcraft. This time, she was accused of the murder of Isabel, the wife of William Nutter. The accusations led to a trial, and Janet, now older and perhaps more aware of the consequences of her words, faced the judgment of the court. The jury found her guilty, but the judges were uneasy. They demanded physical evidence to support the claims. Edmund, burdened by guilt and the echoes of the past, eventually confessed that he had lied, influenced by the tales of the previous Pendle witches' trial. Janet's innocence was established, and she was acquitted. However, her life was not without its scars. She had spent agonizing days in the shadow of judgment, imprisoned within Lancaster Castle. Though she was set free, she was required to repay for her time spent there. The weight of history and society's mistrust lingered. But Janet was not one to be defined solely by the trials that had marked her life. With her name cleared, she faced the world with a newfound determination. Fueled by the desire to escape the past and create a future of her own, she chose a path of resilience and reinvention. She changed her name, bidding farewell to the identity that had been marked by accusations and suspicion. Leaving behind the hills of Lancashire, Janet sought refuge in a foreign land, where the whispers of her past might not follow. In this new land, she embraced the opportunity for a fresh start, crafting a new life that bore no resemblance to the girl who had once stood at the center of a witch hunt. The records grow faint as time marches on, but one thing remains clear: Janet Device, once a child caught in the tumultuous currents of history, had transformed herself into someone new. She defied the expectations of a society that had once cast her as an unwitting agent of tragedy, and in doing so, she carved her own destiny. So what happened to Janet Device after her 34th birthday? She ventured beyond the boundaries of her past, creating a legacy that defied the confines of history's tales. She became a testament to the human capacity for resilience, reminding us that even in the darkest of times, there is the potential for rebirth and reinvention. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Jimmy Trojan Dummy from Lamshay in Nelson and Lancashire. In the late 1800s, nestled in the quaint village of Lamshay in Nelson, Lancashire, two unlikely companions embarked on a journey that would not only define their own lives but leave an indelible mark on the history of their community. Jimmy Trojan, a sturdy and resolute farmer known for his unyielding determination, and Dummy, his trusty canine companion, were about to embark on a daring adventure that would take them far beyond the borders of their village. The air was crisp as the first light of dawn illuminated the picturesque landscape. Jimmy Trojan stood by the railway platform, his worn hands gripping the leashes of a motley crew of cows, sheep, and pigs. His weathered face was etched with lines that told stories of years spent tilling the land and nurturing his livestock. Dummy, with his tail wagging and ears perked up, surveyed the scene with an enthusiasm that only a faithful dog could muster. As the steam locomotive billowed plumes of smoke and let out a resounding whistle, the animals shifted restlessly. The villagers gathered to bid them farewell, a mixture of curiosity and admiration in their eyes. This was no ordinary journey. Jimmy Troge was headed to Skipton, a distant town famous for its bustling meat market. It was a venture that spoke volumes of his determination to seek better opportunities for his hard-earned livestock. The train journey itself was a cacophony of sounds, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels against the tracks, the occasional bellow of cattle, and the raucous chatter of fellow passengers. Jimmy Troge, his eyes fixed on the horizon, took it all in stride. His resolve was unshakable, and his mind was set on reaching Skipton and securing a good deal for his animals. Dummy, always by his side, seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. The loyal dog had seen Jimmy through thick and thin, and this journey was no exception. He stood guard, ever watchful, as the train chugged along, and his presence provided Jimmy with a sense of comfort and companionship. After what felt like an eternity, the train finally pulled into Skipton. The bustling atmosphere of the meat market was a stark contrast to the serene fields of Lumshay. Vendors haggled over prices, the aroma of freshly cooked meat wafted through the air, and the energy was palpable. Jimmy Troge led his animals through the bustling market, his eyes scanning for potential buyers. The negotiations were intense, and Jimmy's Lancashire accent rang out amid the cacophony of voices. His determination was unwavering, and as the sun began its descent, he struck a deal that left both him and Dummy beaming with pride. The journey had been arduous, but it had been worth it. News of Jimmy Troge's successful venture spread like wildfire throughout Lumshay. The village celebrated his triumph, and even Dummy seemed to revel in the attention. Troge's field, named after the steadfast farmer, became a testament to his unyielding spirit. Years passed, and tales of Jimmy Troge and Dummy's remarkable journey continued to be passed down through generations. Their legacy became woven into the very fabric of Lumshay, a reminder of the power of determination and the bond between a man and his loyal companion. And so, as the sun set over Troge's field, casting a golden glow over the village of Lumshay, the story of Jimmy Troge and Dummy lived on, a timeless testament to the spirit of adventure and the enduring bonds of friendship. By Donald J. Jimmy was my great-grand's brother. He lived in St. Mary's Street, Nelson. Jimmy Troge and Dummy, MacLeod Street, Nelson. James Rycroft, also known as Jimmy Troge. Rycroft was born 1866, died 1914. He was a farm worker. Taken outside the shop of H. Nutter. Dummy was a deaf-mute who was often seen on the Nelson streets. Congregational churches on the right of the image. The random jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. John Charnock, the chilling presence that lingered within the hallowed walls of Astley Hall, reminding all who entered that some secrets of the past refused to stay buried. The historic town of Chorley in Lancashire was known for its rich history and its fair share of mysteries. Among the tales whispered through the centuries, the legend of John Charnock was one that sent shivers down the spines of the locals. Astley Hall, a grand mansion nestled amidst sprawling gardens, was the setting for this chilling story. Astley Hall, with its ivy-clad walls and antique charm, had stood for centuries as a silent witness to the passage of time. One dark tale that clung to its ancient stones was that of John Charnock, a name etched in history for his involvement in the infamous Babington plot of 1586. Condemned to the gallows for treason against Queen Elizabeth I, John Charnock had met his end with his neck in the hangman's noose. However, it was said that John's spirit refused to depart from this world. His childhood home, Astley Hall, seemed to be his eternal haunt. As the night fell, and the moon cast eerie shadows on the cobbled paths, Locals whispered tales of a shadowy figure pacing the hallways, his footsteps echoing through the empty chambers. Visitors who dared to stay overnight in the old mansion often spoke of a presence in the house, a cold, lingering energy that sent shivers down their spines. The legend of John Charnock had turned Astley Hall into a place where the living feared to tread after dark. But John Charnock was not the only restless soul who wandered the corridors of Astley Hall. There were other apparitions that added to the mansion's eerie reputation. A lady in grey was often seen, her ghostly form gliding gracefully through the grand ballroom, as if still awaiting a long-lost dance partner. Another lady, dressed in turquoise, was spotted in the garden, her mournful gaze fixed on a forgotten rose bush. The most heart-wrenching of all the spirits was that of a little girl, dressed in Elizabethan clothes. It was said that she had drowned in the nearby lake centuries ago, and now her spirit played by the water's edge, her laughter echoing in the night. As if the mansion itself was a portal to the past, the most recent ghostly encounter came as a shock to the locals. A phantom gamekeeper and his loyal dog were spotted patrolling the grounds by the riverbank. They walked as if bound by duty, never straying from their patrol route, even in the afterlife. Astley Hall had become a magnet for those who sought to witness the supernatural. Ghost hunters and thrill seekers came from far and wide, armed with cameras and voice recorders, hoping to capture evidence of the spectral inhabitants of the mansion. They often left with chilling tales and hair-raising photographs, confirming the eerie reputation of this ancient abode. Through the centuries, the stories of John Charnock and the other ghosts of Astley Hall had melded into the tapestry of Chorley's history. Whether one believed in the paranormal or not, there was no denying the chilling presence that lingered within the hallowed walls of Astley Hall, reminding all who entered that some secrets of the past refuse to stay buried. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle, Lancashire, which is the journey to America. In the heart of Lancashire, where mist-cloaked hills rolled into the horizon and ancient woods whispered secrets, the tale of the Lancashire witches took an unexpected turn, a turn that would shroud their story in even more mystery. As the accused witches awaited their fates, a plan was quietly set into motion. Friends and relatives, bound by love and loyalty, conspired to save them from the gallows. Whispers of this plan slithered through the village like shadows at dusk, spreading from ear to ear, and kindling the spark of hope in the hearts of those who believed in the accused women's innocence. The fateful night arrived, a mid-August eve swathed in a thick fog that veiled the landscape in an otherworldly shroud. The ship, a vessel of refuge, lay anchored off the Lancashire coast, its masts stretching into the heavens like reaching fingers. The waves whispered secrets, and the wind carried the promise of freedom. In the heart of Pendle village, the women gathered in secret. Their faces were veiled, their identities obscured by cloaks and darkness. Old Dyke and Chattocks, once feared and shunned, now looked like any other villagers seeking escape from the clutches of a society gripped by fear. Anne Redfern, Alice Nutter, Catherine Hewitt, and the others stood beside them, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of hope and trepidation. Their friends and relatives, loyal allies in this clandestine endeavor, led them through the fog-shrouded paths toward the waiting ship. The villagers moved like ghosts, their footsteps muffled by the damp earth, their breath mingling with the mist. In their eyes, determination outshone the fear that had once held them captive. As they reached the shore, the ship's crew, a group of kindred spirits who believed in their cause, welcomed them with open arms. Their identities remained a secret, and the villagers knew better than to pry. It was an unspoken understanding that they were united by a shared goal, to give the accused witches a chance at a new life, a life untouched by the shadows of their past. With a mixture of tears and smiles, the accused witches bid their homeland farewell. The ship set sail, its sails billowing like the dreams they had woven for themselves. As Lancashire's misty shores receded into the distance, The accused witches watched with a mixture of sorrow and hope. They were leaving behind a history stained with false accusations and unyielding prejudice, and sailing toward an uncertain future. In the midst of the Atlantic's vast expanse, they cast aside their old names like shackles and embraced new identities, names that whispered of rebirth and resilience. The accused witches became pioneers of a different kind, charting a course toward the untamed lands of the Americas, where they hoped to weave new stories, untainted by the echoes of their past. And so, the Lancashire witches disappeared into the annals of history, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and whispered tales. Their escape from the clutches of their accusers added another layer of mystique to their story, a tale of courage, unity, and the eternal struggle for freedom from the chains of prejudice. The foggy mid-August night of 1612 remained etched in the memories of those who believed in the witches' innocence, a night when the Lancashire coast bore witness to an escape that defied the odds. And though history may never unveil the full truth of their fate, the Lancashire witches' story endured as a testament to the power of hope, friendship, and the unyielding human spirit. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Here Athelstan, king, used the slaughter stone, Drawden to kill their foe. In the year 937 AD, a time shrouded in history and myth, Athelstan, a powerful king, wielded the ancient and enigmatic slaughter stone as a tool to secure victory. His realm, teeming with battles and conflicts, found its stage near the imposing Boulsworth Hill, Laidlaw, a summit that loomed over the southern Pennines of England. The slaughter stone, an artifact both feared and revered, possessed the power to turn the tides of war. Athelstan, with a crown upon his head and the weight of his people's helps upon his shoulders, faced a formidable foe that threatened his kingdom's very existence. Drawden, a rival leader known for his cunning strategies and relentless ambition, sought dominion over the lands that Athelstan held dear. As the two forces clashed near Boulsworth Hill, Laidlaw, the atmosphere crackled with tension. The hill, rising 517 meters above the earth, stood witness to the impending clash of armies. Athelstan, accompanied by his loyal brother Edmund, led his warriors onto the battlefield with determination burning in their eyes. They were the embodiment of courage and strength, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. But it was the slaughter stone that cast its haunting shadow over the battlefield. The stone had a history steeped in mystery, whispers of druidic rituals and ancient sacrifices swirled around it. Some believed that it held the power to grant victory, while others thought it was a conduit to otherworldly forces. Athelstan, fueled by desperation and an unshakable belief in his cause, made a bold decision: he would use the slaughter stone to tip the scales in his favor. The battle raged on, swords clashing, arrows soaring through the air, and the earth quaking under the weight of the conflict. Athelstan's forces fought with unyielding resolve, and Edmund's valor inspired those around him. At a crucial turning point, Athelstan approached the slaughter stone, his heart pounding as he channeled the legends that surrounded it. With a mighty gesture, he invoked the stone's power, and a surge of energy coursed through him. In that moment, the tide of battle shifted. Athelstan's army rallied with newfound strength, and Drawden's forces faltered. The very ground seemed to tremble in acknowledgement of the ancient forces at play. Athelstan's determination, coupled with the stone's mysterious power, led to a decisive victory on the slopes of Boulsworth Hill. The enemy forces were routed, and Drawden himself was captured, his dreams of conquest shattered. The aftermath of the battle saw Athelstan hailed as a hero, his name echoing through the ages. The slaughter stone, once a symbol of uncertainty, became a revered artifact, forever linked to the story of Athelstan's triumph. Boulsworth Hill Laidlaw, once a mere geographical feature, became a hallowed ground where history and myth converged. And so, The year 937 had etched its mark in the annals of time, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a king, the bonds of brotherhood, and the enigmatic power of a stone that held the fate of nations in its grasp. The slaughter stone has always been associated with mythology and speculation. Some say it was where druids sacrificed bodies to their gods. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Lizzie Dean had once been a humble cleaner at the Sun Inn, Chipping. In the quaint village of Chipping, nestled deep within the rolling hills of England, there stood a charming old inn known as the Sun Inn. With its centuries-old timber beams and stone walls, the inn exuded an air of history and mystery that attracted visitors from far and wide. However, there was a story that had been whispered around Chipping for generations, a tale that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen, the haunting manifestation of Lizzie Dean. Lizzie had once been a humble cleaner at the Sun Inn, a place where she had devoted years of her life to tending to the needs of the inn's guests. Her presence was as much a part of the inn as the creaky floorboards and the roaring fireplace. But life had not been kind to Lizzie. She was known to be a sweet soul, always with a warm smile on her face, but she had a heavy heart. Her other half, a dashing young man named Samuel, had run away one fateful night, leaving Lizzie heartbroken and devastated. The grief of losing Samuel was too much for Lizzie to bear, and the weight of loneliness became unbearable. In a moment of despair, she took her own life, ending her earthly suffering. It was a tragedy that had forever marked the Sun Inn with an eerie presence. In the years that followed, guests and staff at the Sun Inn began to report strange occurrences. Whispers in empty hallways, doors that opened and closed by themselves, and an inexplicable chill that hung in the air, especially in the late hours of the night. The inn had become a hotbed of paranormal activity, and the villagers were convinced that it was Lizzie's restless spirit causing the disturbances. The most unsettling of all was the sight of Lizzie herself. On countless occasions, guests claimed to have seen her apparition, dressed in a maid's outfit, her face a pale visage of sorrow. She would glide silently through the inn, as if continuing her duties from beyond the grave. Some said they heard her softly weeping, mourning the love that had been torn from her. One particularly chilling account told of a guest who had stayed in room 203, the very room where Lizzie had once resided during her time as a maid. In the dead of night, as the guest lay in bed, the room was filled with a soft, mournful melody, as if a ghostly pianist played an invisible instrument. The guest's heart pounded in terror as they watched the room's temperature drop, their breath forming misty clouds in the air. But the most eerie aspect of Lizzie's presence was her ability to pass through walls. Some claimed to have seen her vanish into the very stones of the inn, her silhouette disappearing into the ancient bricks and timbers. Others reported feeling an otherworldly touch, a cold hand brushing against their skin, leaving them with goosebumps and an unshakable feeling of dread. Over time, the Sun Inn had become a renowned haunted destination, drawing brave souls and curious investigators from across the country. Many came to experience the supernatural phenomena for themselves, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lizzie Dean's tormented spirit. For the villagers of Chipping, Lizzie's story served as a somber reminder of the power of love and the depths of despair it could lead to. And for the Sun Inn, it remained a place where the past intertwined with the present, where the boundaries between the living and the dead were blurred, and where Lizzie Dean's ghostly presence would forever walk the walls, and sometimes disappear through them, a testament to love's enduring, haunting power. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Lucette. Clayton Le Moors, Duncan Hill Hall, currently a hotel, and nearby bridge. Haunting manifestation 25 December, reoccurring. A former maid at the hall, Lucette fell pregnant after a torrid affair with the master. He was not interested in her long-term future, so Lucette took her own life. The maid's misty white form now comes back around Christmas to remind others of her fate. The the wind-swept moors surrounding Clayton-le-Moors held secrets that whispered through the ages. Among these secrets, there was one that cast a chilling presence each year on the night of December 25th. It was a story that had been passed down through generations, a haunting tale of love, betrayal, and despair. Duncan Hill Hall, a stately manor turned into a hotel, stood as a sentinel on the outskirts of Clayton-le-Moors. Its grandeur hid a dark and tragic past, a past known to very few. Within the walls of the hall, the ghost of Lucette, a former maid, found no rest. Lucette was a young and naive girl, a servant at Duncan Hill Hall in the late 19th century. Her eyes, like those of many before her, were drawn to the master of the house, a charismatic and dashing gentleman named Edward Fairchild. Edward was not one to be bound by morality, and his torrid affair with Lucette soon left her with a burden she could not bear alone. As the months passed and Lucette's condition became increasingly difficult to conceal, Edward's interest in her waned. He cared not for her future, nor for the life growing within her. Realizing that her love had been a fleeting fancy for the master, Lucette was plunged into despair. With no other recourse, she took her own life, her spirit departing the world on a cold winter night. It was on a Christmas night that Lucette's restless spirit first appeared. Her form, a misty white spectre, drifted through the grand halls of Duncan Hill Hall, silently reminding all of her tragic fate. The guests and staff, unaware of the history that haunted the place, would catch glimpses of her ethereal figure in the corners of their eyes, a flicker of sadness on this most joyous of nights. Each year, as the clock struck midnight on December 25th, Lucette's presence would grow stronger. She would materialize near the nearby bridge, where her life had come to its sorrowful end. Her mournful cries echoed across the moors, a lament for the child she never had the chance to hold, and the love she had lost. Over time, the legend of Lucette's haunting grew, and those who knew the story would gather on Christmas night to witness the spectral manifestation. Some tried to communicate with her, hoping to offer solace to the tormented soul. Others simply watched in silent reverence, paying their respects to the maid who had met such a tragic end. As the years passed, Duncan Hill Hall became a popular destination for those seeking a thrilling encounter with the supernatural. But amid the excitement and fear, there was always an underlying sense of sympathy for Lucette, a young woman betrayed by love and fate. And so, on each Christmas night, the spirit of Lucette returned to Clayton-le-Moors, a poignant reminder of the past. Her story lived on, a testament to the enduring power of love and the consequences of betrayal. In the chill of the winter air, her ghostly presence served as a warning to all who crossed her path, a reminder that even in the grandest of mansions, the darkest secrets could never truly be buried. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Mr. Billy Odge and Mr. Stanley Beeston were seasoned veterans of the Nelson Highways Department, known throughout the town as the Flagger Pavers. With decades of experience between them, they were true craftsmen of their trade, working diligently to pave the streets that crisscrossed their beloved town. Each morning, they'd arrive at the depot, greeted by the familiar hum of the old tar boiler. It stood as a sentinel, its pipes and valves wheezing out hot, molten tar that would soon find its place between the well-worn sets. The two men worked in synchrony, a dance of skill and experience, spreading the tar with practiced precision. Their hands were calloused, their backs strong from years of labor, but their eyes gleamed with a pride that only comes from knowing one's craft. They'd flag the pavements with the aged stone flags, worn by countless footsteps and weathered by the passage of time. The clinking sound of the hammer meeting the stone was a symphony to their ears, a testament to their dedication. As the years passed, the winds of change swept through the town councils. They desired a more modern look, opting to replace the old stone with the sturdy concrete flags that promised durability. Billy and Stanley embraced the challenge, adapting their methods to accommodate the new material, all the while carrying with them the legacy of the past. Yet, it was the green huts that held a special place in their hearts. These humble shelters stood like sentries on the edge of the work site, offering refuge when the heavens opened up. When rain poured down in a curtain, and the world outside was drenched, they retreat to these sanctuaries. It was in these moments, sheltered from the elements, that they'd share stories of jobs long finished, reminiscing about the days when the town wore a different face. The huts were adorned with the marks of their history, faded photographs, weathered tools, and the unmistakable scent of tar. They were more than just shelters, they were havens of camaraderie, where the bonds of friendship grew stronger with each passing raindrop. Through sun and rain, through the changing times and shifting landscapes, Mr. Billy Odge and Mr. Stanley Beeston remained the steadfast guardians of Nelson's roads. They were the keepers of tradition, the living embodiment of a time when craftsmanship was a badge of honor. And as the sun set over the town, casting long shadows on the freshly paved streets, they stood together, surveying their work. Their hands may have been weathered, their faces lined with the marks of years gone by, but their spirits burned bright, carrying with them the pride of a job well done, knowing that the roads they paved would carry the stories of Nelson for generations to come. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. My brother Donald was a poet. Myself, I'm made of nothing and my head is stuffed with hay, but my brother Donald was a poet, or at least that's what they say. Myself, I'm made of nothing, I'm just an awesome man. My brother Donald was a poet and a very special kind of man. He painted scenes of dragons, knights in armor, bold and brave, and show me how they rescue ladies fair, and I killed 100 dragons, rescue damsels in distress, and that really isn't bad for a man who isn't there. Oh, myself, I'm made of nothing, my head is stuffed with hay, but my brother Donald was a poet, or at least that's what they say. Myself, I'm made of nothing, I'm just an awesome man. My brother Donald was a poet and a very special kind of man. He's done so much with his fine words to brighten up our life with his poems of the working man. Their mothers and their wives had a short life and a sweet one, had no time to plot or plan. My brother Donald was a poet and a very special kind of man. Oh, myself, I'm made of nothing, my head is stuffed with hay, but my brother Donald was a poet, or at least that's what they say. Myself, I'm made of nothing, I'm just an awesome man. My brother Donald was a poet. And a very special kind of man. Oh, myself, I'm made of nothing, my head is stuffed with hay, but my brother Donald was a poet, or at least that's what they say. Myself, I'm made of nothing, I'm just an awesome man. My brother was a poet and a very special kind of man. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. My brother Roland J. My brother died, was taken to heaven to protected him from the evil of my mother, who was spiritualist and necromancer. Roland J. was only 6 months old when the Lord took him. People said at the time my brother Roland was like a little angel. Donald J. was born in 1950. Roland was born in 1947 or 1948. My brother Roland J., a true little angel, forever protected from the evils of this world. In the quiet town of Nelson, Lancashire, a tale of tragedy and redemption unfolded, casting a long shadow over the J family. It was a story that young Donald J., born in, would carry in his heart for the rest of his days. Roland J., a bright-eyed infant, entered the world in 1947 or 1948, bringing boundless joy and hope to the J household. But fate had other plans for young Roland. At just 6 to 8 months old, a relentless and merciless cough gripped him, leaving his parents helpless and desperate. As Roland's condition worsened, the entire town rallied around the J family, offering prayers and support. Roland, with his cherubic smile and innocent eyes, had become the beating heart of Nelson. It seemed as though the heavens themselves had bestowed upon him a special grace. However, darkness lurked within the walls of the J residence. Donald's mother had delved into the forbidden arts, embracing spiritualism and necromancy. Their obsession with the otherworldly had twisted their souls, and they sought power beyond human comprehension. As Roland's health deteriorated, Donald couldn't help but sense the malevolent presence that seemed to linger around his family. He watched in helpless agony as his mother and brother spiraled deeper into their dark pursuits, oblivious to the pain they were causing. Then, one fateful night, as the moon hung heavy in the sky, Roland's coughs grew weaker and his breaths shallower. The world seemed to hold its breath in tandem with the infant's fading life. In his final moments, Roland's gaze met Donald's, a silent understanding passing between them. And then, with a whisper of a breath, Roland was gone. A profound stillness settled over Nelson. The news of Roland's passing spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the town. People wept for the loss of their little angel, their hearts heavy with sorrow. But Donald knew that, in a way, Roland had been spared from a fate worse than death. The Lord had taken him to shield him from the malevolence that had consumed their home. In the aftermath, Donald found solace in the memories of his baby brother's radiant spirit. He carried Roland's legacy in his heart, vowing to protect it from the darkness that had claimed their family. As the years passed, Donald sought to bring light back into the J household. He immersed himself in faith and goodness, determined to undo the damage that had been done. Slowly, he chipped away at the walls that had been built around his mother and older brother, offering them love and compassion in the hopes of leading them back to the path of light. And in his quiet moments, Donald would look up at the sky, knowing that somewhere up there, Roland was watching over them, a true little angel, forever protected from the evils of this world. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. My mother Olive was a witch, and this I know to be true. My mother, Olive, was a witch, and this I know to be true. From the moment I could comprehend the world around me, I was enchanted by the mysteries that surrounded her. Our home, nestled on the edge of a dense, ancient forest, seemed to hum with an otherworldly energy. Olive was a woman of grace and power, her eyes a deep, knowing green that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. She moved through life with a quiet confidence, tending to her garden with hands that seemed to coax life from the very earth itself. Her herbs and plants grew lush and vibrant, each one pulsating with its own unique energy. As a child, I would watch in wide-eyed wonder as she brewed potions and concoctions, the air tingling with the scent of herbs and the distant promise of magic. She would tell me stories of the old ways, of witches and wizards who had walked this earth long before us. She spoke of a time when magic was woven into the very fabric of existence, when the boundaries between the seen and unseen were thin as gossamer. Under her guidance, I began to learn the ways of the craft. She taught me the ancient incantations, the art of divination, and the delicate dance of balance between the elements. Together, we wove spells that mended broken hearts, summoned courage, and celebrated the cycles of the moon. But it wasn't all enchantment and light. Alongside the beauty of magic, my mother spoke of the responsibility that came with it. She warned of the consequences of wielding power recklessly, of the importance of intention and respect for the natural order. As the years passed, our bond deepened, a tapestry of shared secrets and silent understanding. We stood together under the silver glow of the full moon, hands raised to the sky, feeling the currents of energy flow through us and connect us to something greater. But like all things, time wove its own spells. As the seasons changed, so did our lives. One fateful autumn, my mother's eyes, once so bright and knowing, began to dim. The fire that had burned within her, fueling her magic, flickered and waned. We spent her final days together, surrounded by the familiar herbs and artifacts that had been our companions for so long. She looked at me, her gaze now softened by the passage of time, and whispered, "You are the keeper of our legacy now, my dear." With her passing, I felt a profound sense of loss, but also an unshakable resolve. I would carry on her legacy, honoring the traditions she had passed down to me. I would tend to the garden, brew the potions, and pass on the wisdom of the old ways. And so, as the seasons turned and the moon waxed and waned, I stepped into the role she had prepared me for. With each passing day, I felt her presence woven into the very fabric of my being, a reminder that her spirit lived on in the magic that flowed through me. My mother, Olive, was a witch, and this I know to be true. Her legacy lives on in me, a continuation of a lineage that stretches back through the ages, a testament to the enduring power of magic and the love that binds us across time and space. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle, Nelson Highways Department. 1960s and 1970s. Cecil Ward was the Nelson Council Charles Street Road roller drive. A little disabled man, he had a deformed spine. A funny little chap, always up for a joke. Liked his pint of beer at night when he was not driving the roller. He worked as a labour. Cecil Ward was a fixture in the Nelson Highways Department throughout the swinging 60s and the groovy 70s. A diminutive figure with a crooked spine, Cecil was as tough as the very asphalt he smoothed. His spirit was unyielding, his determination unbreakable. Every morning, Cecil would climb into his trusty road roller, a machine that seemed larger than life itself when compared to its jolly driver. Charles Street, with its twists and turns, hills and valleys, held no secrets for Cecil. He knew every bump, crack, and crevice, and he navigated them all with the finesse of a master craftsman. But Cecil was more than just a skilled roller driver. When the roller was parked, he transformed into a diligent laborer. His hands, though calloused and weathered, moved with precision and purpose. He toiled alongside his colleagues, their camaraderie forged through sweat and shared stories. Despite the challenges that life had dealt him, Cecil never lost his sense of humor. He was a quick-witted fellow, always ready with a joke or a clever quip to lighten the mood. Laughter seemed to dance around him like a faithful companion, a testament to his indomitable spirit. In the evening, after a day of hard work, Cecil would retire to his favorite local pub. There, amidst the clinking of glasses and the hum of conversations, he would enjoy his well-deserved pint of beer. The amber liquid was a balm for his tired muscles and a salve for his soul. The regulars at the pub grew fond of Cecil, and he became a cherished figure in the community. His infectious laughter and unyielding work ethic left an indelible mark on the hearts of those who had the privilege of knowing him. As the years rolled by, Cecil became a living legend in the Nelson Highways Department. His name was synonymous with dedication, his legacy etched in the very roads he helped build. He was proof that strength wasn't solely measured in muscle, but in the tenacity of the human spirit. One could say that Cecil Ward was more than a road roller driver and laborer. He was an embodiment of resilience, an example of how laughter could be a beacon even in the face of adversity. And though he may have been a little disabled in body, his spirit soared high, leaving an indelible mark on the town of Nelson, a mark that would be remembered for generations to come. By Donald J. The Random Jottings. O. Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Never trust anyone who says to you, "Trust me." In whispered tones, a tempting plea, "Trust me," they say, a plea so free. Yet caution whispers, a gentle decree, for trust is earned, not given with glee. Beneath the surface, intentions may hide, in the depths of promises, secrets reside. A mask may veil, motives they bide, in the realm of trust, let skepticism guide. Actions speak louder, let them unfold, in the tale of trust, let truth be told. For hollow words, like autumn leaves, grow old, while deeds of substance, like roots, take hold. So guard your heart, let wisdom be near, in the dance of trust, hold doubt ever near. For those who prove genuine, sincere, shall find in their actions, trust crystal clear. Never trust anyone who says to you, "Trust me," without deeds that ring true. In the symphony of faith, let authenticity brew, and discover in genuine souls, a trust that's tried and true. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle, Lancashire. In the heart of Pendle, Lancashire, where the Pennines Hills stretched their ancient arms toward the heavens, stood a hill that held the secrets of generations. Noina Hill, often whispered about by locals, possessed a mystical aura that seemed to weave its tales into the very fabric of the land. Legend had it that the hill was a sacred site for witches and warlocks, a place where the veil between the mortal world and the ethereal realm was thin. Stories of broomstick flights and enchantments carried on the wind were passed down through the ages, giving rise to the hill's local names, Noina, Noina Rock, and even, Noina Rocks. In the quaint village of Fowl Ridge, nestled at the hill's base, villagers spoke of Noina Hill with a mixture of reverence and apprehension. They marveled at its ability to offer a breathtaking panorama of Lancashire and the Yorkshire Dales on a clear day, a reminder of the vast beauty that lay beyond their horizon. Yet, they also whispered tales of moonlit gatherings and mysterious rituals performed by witches atop the rocky outcrop. Noina Rocks, the towering stones that crowned the hill's peak, were a source of both wonder and trepidation. The rocks, though not extraordinarily tall, held a commanding presence, seeming to watch over the land below like ancient sentinels. Their surfaces were etched with enigmatic symbols, said to be the markings of spells and incantations cast by the witches of old. Among the many stories, one tale stood out, a story of a young woman named Ilara, rumored to possess the blood of witches in her veins. Ilara had always been drawn to the mystique of Noina Hill, her heart aching to uncover the truths hidden amidst the tales. With a heart full of courage, she set out one moonlit night, her footsteps guided by a glimmering star. As Ilara ascended Noina Hill, the world around her seemed to shift. The air grew thick with anticipation, and the rocks whispered secrets only she could hear. Her fingers traced the ancient symbols, and as if awakened by her touch, they began to glow softly. The hill itself seemed to come alive, its energy enveloping her in a cocoon of enchantment. In the midst of this ethereal dance, Ilara's eyes met those of a mysterious figure, an elderly woman with a presence that held the weight of centuries. The woman introduced herself as Celine, a guardian of the hill and a keeper of its magical legacy. She spoke of the ancient witches and warlocks who had once gathered here, harnessing the natural energies to heal, protect, and commune with the forces beyond. As the night unfolded, Celine shared stories of broomstick flights that transcended earthly limitations, of potions brewed from the herbs that carpeted the hillside, and of the bond between humans and the spirits of nature. Ilara felt a connection, a resonance deep within her soul that affirmed her lineage and destiny. In the days that followed, Ilara became a frequent visitor to Noina Hill, her bond with Celine growing stronger with each passing encounter. Together, they delved into forgotten spells, breathing life into ancient rituals that had long slumbered. The villagers of Fowl Ridge began to view Noina Hill with new eyes, as a place of wonder and magic rather than fear. As time flowed on, the energy of Noina Hill began to radiate beyond its boundaries. The land flourished, and tales of its rejuvenation spread far and wide. No longer shrouded in mystery, Noina Hill became a beacon of light, drawing seekers and wanderers from distant lands. And so, the story of Noina Hill continued, an ever-evolving tapestry woven with threads of enchantment, courage, and the enduring spirit of those who dared to look beyond the mundane and into the realm of the extraordinary. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Old woman in black, location Church Gatty Park, haunting manifestation. The ghost of an old woman dressed in dark clothing reportedly resides in the park. In the heart of Gatty Park, nestled amidst the quiet and serene town of Willowbrook, there stood an ancient church that had borne witness to generations of joy and sorrow. But beyond the soothing hymns and the gentle rustling of leaves, there was a tale that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls in the town. It was a story whispered in hushed tones around the fireplace on chilly nights, a legend that had woven itself into the very fabric of Willowbrook's history, the legend of the old woman in black. The ghostly manifestation was said to be the restless spirit of an elderly woman who had lived her entire life within the shadow of the church. Though her name had long been forgotten by the living, her presence in the town was indelible. She was always seen in the attire of mourning, her long black dress sweeping the ground as she glided through the moonlit park. Her face, obscured by a black veil, was a mystery, hidden from the world like the secrets she carried with her. The old woman in black was a phantom of the night, appearing when least expected, and often when the church bell tolled midnight. She would wander amongst the gravestones, her ghostly footsteps leaving no mark on the dew-kissed grass. Many claimed to have seen her from a distance, a shadowy figure moving gracefully, as if searching for something lost in the annals of time. It was said that her apparition brought with it an eerie chill, as if the very air grew colder in her presence. The bravest of souls who dared approach her reported feeling a profound sadness wash over them, a sorrow so intense that it was almost palpable. Some said they heard whispers, mournful whispers that spoke of heartbreak, betrayal, and lost love. Over the years, countless tales circulated about the old woman in black. Some believed she was the spirit of a grieving widow, forever mourning the loss of her beloved. Others speculated that she was a guardian, watching over the souls laid to rest in the churchyard. Regardless of the stories, one fact remained: her presence was inextricably linked to the church and Gatti Park. Local historians had searched tirelessly for clues about her true identity, delving into old records and dusty archives, but the woman's origins remained a mystery. Some said she was a lost soul seeking redemption, while others believed she was a harbinger of impending doom. As the years passed, Willowbrook became a town of dualities, a place where the living and the spectral coexisted. The churchgoers prayed for her soul, while the thrill-seekers ventured into the park, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious figure. One chilly autumn night, as the church bell tolled its haunting melody, a group of intrepid souls decided to confront the enigma of the old woman in black. Armed with lanterns and their unwavering curiosity, they ventured into the park, determined to unravel the secrets that had eluded the town for generations. As they entered the dimly lit churchyard, a spectral figure emerged from the shadows, draped in her eternal mourning attire. The air grew colder, and the whispers of sorrow filled their ears. But instead of fear, a profound empathy overcame the group. They realized that the old woman in black was not a harbinger of doom but a guardian of the past, a sentinel of forgotten stories and lost love. In that moment of revelation, the ghostly figure nodded as if acknowledging their understanding. With a final, mournful sigh, she dissolved into the night, her presence fading like a wisp of smoke. From that night on, the legend of the old woman in black took on a new meaning in Willowbrook. She was no longer a source of fear but a reminder of the town's history, a symbol of the enduring love and loss that bound its people together. The church and Gatti Park remained a place of solace, where the living and the spectral coexisted in harmony, forever linked by the enigmatic figure in black, an old woman whose story would forever be etched into the town's lore. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Bongay location: Coppell, Darkland Bridge and surrounding area, part dog and part ghost. Bongay was once often blamed for accidents and mishaps in the area. In the heart of the small town of Coppell, nestled near the ominous Darkland Bridge, there existed a legend that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. It was the legend of Bongay, a spectral being that defied easy classification. Part dog, part ghost, Bongay roamed the shadows, leaving a trail of mystery and trepidation in its wake. For generations, the people of Coppell whispered tales of Bongay, attributing accidents and mishaps to its elusive presence. Wagging tails and translucent paws were said to be the last things witnesses glimpsed before calamity struck. Farmers blamed Bongay for crops gone awry, and children huddled in their beds at night, half expecting to hear the haunting howls of this enigmatic creature. However, amidst the fearful rumors, there were those who believed that Pongay was more than a harbinger of misfortune. They saw in it a protector, a guardian of the ancient secrets that lay beneath the Darkland Bridge. These believers claimed that Pongay's spectral form concealed a benevolent spirit, one that watched over the town and its people, ensuring that the balance between the realms of the living and the departed remained undisturbed. Among these believers was a curious young girl named Eliza. She possessed an adventurous spirit that couldn't be stifled by the town's superstitions. Determined to uncover the truth behind Pongay, Eliza set out on moonlit nights, armed with a small lantern and a heart full of courage. One chilly autumn evening, as mist curled round the time-worn stones of Darkland Bridge, Eliza ventured forth, her lantern casting long, dancing shadows on the cobbled path. The night seemed alive with secrets, and the air held a tangible sense of anticipation. As she approached the bridge, a soft, eerie moan echoed through the stillness. Eliza's heart quickened, but she pressed on, her steps steady. Suddenly, there, in the silvery moonlight, she saw it, the spectral form of Pongay, its form shifting and ethereal. It stood on the bridge, gazing into the distance with eyes that held ancient wisdom. Eliza's voice trembled as she called out, "Pongay?" The apparition turned, its eyes meeting hers. There was a depth of understanding in that gaze, a connection that transcended the boundary between the living and the departed. Over time, Eliza and Pongay forged an unbreakable bond. Together, they explored the hidden corners of Koppal, uncovering forgotten stories and untangling the threads of history. Through tea-air adventures, they discovered that Pongay was indeed a guardian, watching over the town with a love that defied the constraints of mortality. Word of Eliza's alliance with Pongay spread through the town, gradually dispelling the fear that had shrouded the spectral being. Pongay became a symbol of hope and protection, a reminder that sometimes, the most extraordinary friendships could be forged in the most unexpected places. And so, the legend of Pongay evolved. No longer a harbinger of dread, but a beacon of light in the heart of Koppal, forever bound to the town and its people, a guardian spirit in the form of a part dog, part ghost, forever known as Pongay. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Party at Cockden Hay Well. Fairies. The little people were said to use this area as a meeting ground. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of Cockden Hay Well, there existed a secret realm known only to the most curious and imaginative souls. This enchanted place was the favored meeting ground for the little folk, the fairies of the forest. On a warm summer's night, when the moon hung low and the stars gleamed like scattered diamonds, a magical event was about to unfold. The whispers of the wind carried news of an extraordinary party, a celebration that promised wonder and mirth beyond mortal imagination. As the first rays of twilight painted the sky in shades of lavender and gold, the fairies emerged from their hidden nooks, their wings glimmering like iridescent petals. They fluttered with graceful abandon, carrying tiny lanterns that illuminated the forest floor with a soft, ethereal glow. In the heart of Cockden Hay Well, a grand toadstool stood tall, its cap wide enough to serve as a dance floor for the dainty creatures. It was adorned with blossoms of every hue, and dewdrops clung to its surface like delicate pearls. As the fairies gathered, a melodic hum filled the air, harmonizing with the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. Their laughter tinkled like the sweetest chimes, mingling with the symphony of nature. Among the attendees was Willow, a mischievous sprite known for her boundless energy and infectious laughter. Beside her flitted Ivy, a wise and gentle fairy who always wore a wreath of wildflowers in her hair. Then there was Rowan, a daring adventurer with wings the color of autumn leaves, and Luna, a shy but incredibly talented musician who played a delicate harp woven from moonbeams. As the night grew darker, fireflies joined the festivities, casting a soft, golden glow upon the gathering. The fairies danced with grace, twirling and spinning, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Elderberry, the oldest and wisest of the fairies. With a dignified air, he raised his tiny hand, and the woodland creatures fell silent. "Tonight, we gather not just to dance and revel," Elderberry began, his voice carrying the weight of ages, "but to celebrate the magic that binds us to this sacred place. Cockden Haywell has been our refuge for generations, and it is our duty to protect and cherish it for all time." His words hung in the air, a gentle reminder of the responsibility that came with their enchanting existence. The fairies nodded solemnly, their wings shimmering with newfound purpose. With renewed determination, they vowed to safeguard their beloved realm, ensuring its beauty and magic would endure for generations yet to come. As the night waned and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, the fairies bid each other farewell, their hearts filled with gratitude and a sense of unity that would forever bind them to Cockden Haywell. And so, the little people vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving behind an aura of enchantment that lingered in the air, a testament to the enduring magic of their secret world. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Pendle Hill Ghosts and Hauntings, The Ghosts and Hauntings of the Pendle Hill. Title: Pendle Hill Ghosts and Hauntings. The ghosts and hauntings of the Pendle Hill. Once nestled in the heart of Lancashire, England, stood the enigmatic Pendle Hill, shrouded in mist and mystery. It was a place of ancient tales and whispered legends, where the veil between the living and the departed seemed especially thin. As twilight settled over the land, casting long, eerie shadows, the village of Barley lay in quiet anticipation. The locals knew that when the sun dipped below the horizon, Pendle Hill came alive with the echoes of centuries past. In one of the old stone cottages, lived Martha, an elderly woman who had called this village home for as long as anyone could remember. She was the keeper of the stories, the guardian of the secrets that the hill held. Martha's days were spent in front of a roaring fire, her frail fingers knitting together the threads of time. She knew the tales of the Pendle witches, a dark chapter in the hill's history. They were said to roam the moors, seeking redemption for crimes they had been accused of but never committed. On a chilly autumn evening, as the wind howled through the cobbled streets, a young couple, Sarah and Daniel, arrived in Barley. Drawn by the mystique of Pendle Hill, they had come seeking adventure and the thrill of the unknown. Their lodging was Martha's humble cottage, nestled at the base of the hill. She welcomed them with a knowing smile, sensing that fate had brought them here for a reason. As night fell, she began to share the tales of the hill, her voice a haunting melody that seemed to echo through the ages. Sarah and Daniel listened in rapt attention, their hearts pounding in the quiet room. They yearned to experience the inexplicable, to feel the presence of those who had walked these ancient paths before them. With lanterns in hand, they set off towards Pendle Hill, guided by the silvery glow of the moon. The air grew colder, and a mist clung to the ground, swirling like ghostly spectres. As they ascended, shadows danced along the path, and distant whispers seemed to beckon them further. Sarah's breath caught in her throat, and Daniel's pulse quickened, but neither dared turn back. Atop the hill, they stood beneath an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens. The world seemed to hold its breath, as if awaiting a revelation. Suddenly, a chill swept through the air, and a soft, ethereal glow bathed the hilltop. Figures materialized before them, misty and indistinct, yet undeniably present. The Pendle witches, long departed, stood in solemn vigil. Sarah and Daniel felt a strange sense of recognition, as if they had known these spectral figures in another lifetime. The witches' eyes held an ancient wisdom, a plea for understanding that transcended the centuries. In that moment, Sarah and Daniel understood that the past was not confined to history books, it lived and breathed within the very stones of Pendle Hill. As dawn painted the horizon with hues of gold and rose, the spectral figures slowly faded, returning to their ephemeral realm. Sarah and Daniel descended the hill, their hearts forever bound to the haunting magic of Pendle. They returned to Martha's cottage, forever changed by their encounter. The old woman smiled, knowing that the hill had woven its enchantment around them, leaving an indelible mark on their souls. And so, the legend of Pendle Hill continued, a tapestry of ghosts and hauntings, woven into the very fabric of time itself, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to seek its mysteries. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Phantom footsteps and the sounds of doors opening and slamming brought staff running in the maternity wing, just in time to discover and save a baby from suffocation. It was a chilly November evening in 1968, and the maternity wing of Chorley Hospital was bustling with activity. Nurses hurried about their duties, tending to expectant mothers and their newborns, while the soft hum of conversation filled the air. The hospital, nestled in a quiet corner of Lancashire, had earned a reputation for its excellent care and welcoming atmosphere. In room 203, young Sarah Thompson lay in her hospital bed, cradling her newborn son, Michael, in her arms. The joy of motherhood had enveloped her, and the sound of her baby's gentle coos brought a smile to her tired face. Sarah had longed for this moment for years, and now, as she held her precious child, she couldn't have been happier. As the evening wore on, Sarah began to feel a strange sense of unease. It started as a subtle sensation, a feeling of being watched. She tried to shake it off, attributing it to postpartum exhaustion and her overactive imagination. However, as the minutes passed, the sensation grew stronger, turning into an eerie certainty that she was not alone in the room. Sarah glanced around the dimly lit room, her heart racing. The curtains rustled gently in the breeze, but the windows were firmly closed. The soft glow of the nightlight offered little comfort as she scanned the room, searching for any sign of an intruder. There was nothing. Just as she was about to convince herself that it was all in her head, she heard a faint, ghostly sound of footsteps approaching her bedside. It was as if someone was walking slowly, stealthily, towards her. Terror gripped Sarah as she clutched her baby tighter. She couldn't see anyone, but the footsteps were unmistakable, growing louder with each passing moment. Panicking, she reached for the call button to summon the nurses. Before she could press it, the door to her room creaked open slowly, as though pushed by an invisible hand. The nurses on duty that night, Jenny and Lucy, were stationed nearby. They exchanged puzzled glances as they heard the strange commotion coming from room 203. Without a second thought, they rushed down the corridor and reached the room just in time to witness a chilling sight. The footsteps led to Michael's crib, and as Jenny and Lucy entered the room, the door slammed shut behind them with a deafening crash. The room was now in total darkness, illuminated only by the pale moonlight filtering through the curtains. Jenny fumbled for the light switch, her heart pounding. When the room was finally bathed in light, they saw the source of the mysterious footsteps, a transparent figure of a nurse, dressed in a uniform that seemed out of place for 1968. The ghostly nurse was hovering over Michael's crib, a haunting expression on her face. Lucy gasped and whispered, "It's Nurse Eleanor, from the old records. She worked here in the 1930s. She was rumored to have died under mysterious circumstances." Nurse Eleanor's spectral hands reached towards baby Michael's face. Jenny, her instincts kicking in, moved swiftly, snatching the baby from the crib just as the ghostly nurse's fingers brushed his cheek. The moment she did, the room plunged into darkness once more. But the sudden darkness was not enough to deter Jenny and Lucy. They knew they had to act quickly. With trembling hands, Lucy fumbled for the light switch again, and as the room lit up, Nurse Eleanor had vanished. They found themselves in a room filled with the sounds of slamming doors and echoing footsteps. Panic surged through them as they realized they were not alone. The hospital staff had been alerted by the commotion, and they rushed to room 203, fearing the worst. Jenny, still clutching baby Michael, relayed the eerie encounter to her colleagues. It was then that the hospital's historian, Mr. Reynolds, arrived. He confirmed the story of Nurse Eleanor, a nurse who had mysteriously disappeared decades ago while working in the maternity ward. In the wake of this supernatural encounter, Chorley Hospital underwent a series of investigations, and the legend of Nurse Eleanor became a part of its history. Sarah and her baby Michael, thanks to the timely arrival of Jenny and Lucy, were unharmed. The hospital staff came to believe that Nurse Eleanor, though a phantom, had returned to protect the infants in her care. From that day forward, the footsteps and ghostly occurrences in the maternity wing became less frequent, but the memory of Nurse Eleanor's protective presence lingered, a comforting and eerie reminder of the unexplained mysteries that sometimes dwell in the shadows of our world. By Donald J. Poem The Right to Vote. In 1866, a time of old, the right to vote, a tale untold. Only men above 21 could cast their votes, a privilege won. A property requirement, a steadfast rule, to shape the voter, to play the role. But winds of change began to blow, a future brighter, a newer show. In 1928, a leap so grand, women's voices joined the voting band. Over 21, they stood so tall, their rights now equal, breaking down the wall. Let's not forget, our ancestors' fight, in the pages of history, their courage alight. They paved the way, against the tide, for voices united, side by side. So cast your vote, don't stay behind, in honor of those of every kind. The struggles faced, the battles won, a legacy strong, carried on. Remember the past, the steps they trod, the path to equality, guided by God. Vote, don't stop, let your voice ring true, for the fight they fought, now rests with you. By Donald J. P.S. You can use this poem if you wish to. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Title, Shadows in the Fields. Date, July 1991. Time, 23:30. Location, Coppell, Fields south of village. The night was draped in a deep, velvety silence, broken only by the distant hum of crickets. A sliver of moonlight painted a silver path across the fields, casting eerie shadows that danced in the gentle breeze. In this quiet corner of Coppell, secrets stirred beneath the surface. As the clock struck 11:30, a lone figure, wrapped in a weathered coat, wandered into the fields. James, a local farmer, was making his nightly rounds, checking on the livestock and ensuring the fences held fast. Tonight, however, there was an air of trepidation that clung to him like the mist. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl rumbled through the night. James froze, his senses on high alert. He knew every sound of the countryside, but this was different. It carried a weight, a feral intensity that set his heart pounding. He strained his eyes against the darkness, peering into the shadows where the sound emanated. And then, like a spectre born of the night, it emerged. A large, ebony figure moved sinuously through the grass, its sleek form almost fluid in its grace. James' breath caught in his throat. This was no ordinary creature of the wild, it was something altogether otherworldly. The moonlight glinted off its fur, painting it with an ethereal silver sheen. It moved with a silent purpose, eyes gleaming like twin orbs of amber. He watched, mesmerized, as the creature prowled the fields, a silent predator in its own domain. The air seemed charged with a primal energy, the very essence of the wild coursing through the night. Unable to tear his gaze away, James felt a strange connection to this enigmatic being. It was as if he stood on the precipice of something ancient and powerful, a force that transcended the boundaries of the known world. Minutes stretched into eternity as the large black cat wove its way through the fields, a living shadow in the moonlight. Eventually, with a final, lingering glance back at James, it melted back into the darkness, leaving behind a sense of wonder and mystery. Word of the encounter spread through Copper like wildfire. Some dismissed it as a trick of the night, a tale woven from shadows and imagination. But for James, it was a revelation, a glimpse into a world that defied explanation. From that night forward, the fields south of the village held a new allure, a place where the ordinary met the extraordinary, where the boundaries of reality blurred. And though the large black cat remained a mystery, its presence lingered in the hearts of those who dared to believe that there were still secrets waiting to be uncovered in the world. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. The Angel of Wheatley Lane, Ingamite Church, Lancashire. In the quaint village of Wheatley Lane, nestled amidst the rolling hills of Lancashire, there stood a charming old church known as the Wheatley Lane Ingamite Church. The villagers held it in high regard not only for its historical significance but also for the heartwarming stories that had been passed down through generations. Legend had it that a long time ago, an angelic presence had graced the church with its ethereal presence. It was said that this celestial being appeared in the darkest hours of the night, when the moon was at its peak, casting an otherworldly glow upon the ancient stone walls. The villagers named it the Angel of Wheatley Lane Ingamite Church. The story began with a humble young woman named Eliza, who had devoted her life to serving the church and the community. Eliza was known for her unwavering faith and boundless compassion, always extending a helping hand to those in need. She spent countless hours tending to the church garden, caring for the sick, and offering solace to troubled souls. As the years passed, Eliza's health began to wane, but her spirit remained unbroken. Her devotion to the church only grew stronger, and she often prayed for guidance and strength to continue her work. One fateful night, as Eliza knelt before the altar, her heart heavy with fatigue, a radiant light enveloped the church. The air seemed to shimmer with a gentle warmth, and a soft, melodious hum filled the sanctuary. When Eliza looked up, her eyes widened in awe. Before her stood a luminous figure, with wings that glowed like moonlight and a serene expression that exuded pure kindness. It was the Angel of Wheatley Lane Ingamite Church. "Be not afraid, dear Eliza," the angel's voice echoed like a soothing melody. "Your dedication and selflessness have touched the heavens. Your prayers have been heard, and your tireless efforts have not gone unnoticed." Tears of joy streamed down Eliza's cheeks as she gazed upon the celestial being. The angel extended a radiant hand, its touch warm and comforting. "Continue your noble work, for your kindness is a beacon of help in this world," the angel whispered. From that moment on, Eliza felt an unshakable sense of purpose. Her weariness transformed into renewed energy, and her spirit was uplifted by the angel's visitation. The villagers noticed a newfound light in her eyes and a renewed vigor in her actions. As years turned into decades, Eliza's legacy lived on. The story of the Angel of Wheatley Lane Ingamite Church became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of faith, compassion, and the unseen forces that guide and inspire us. To this day, visitors to the Wheatley Lane Ingamite Church can feel a sense of tranquility and awe when they step into its hallowed halls. Some claim to have caught glimpses of a radiant figure in the moonlit hours, tending to the garden or kneeling in prayer, a testament to the enduring presence of the Angel of Wheatley Lane Ingamite Church, forever watching over the village and its people. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. The Devil's Triangle between Barley, Raleigh and Goldshawbooth. In the heart of the serene English countryside, nestled between the charming villages of Barley, Raleigh, and Goldshawbooth, lay a mysterious and enigmatic place known as the Devil's Triangle. This was no ordinary triangle, for it held secrets that had intrigued the locals for generations. The villages themselves were idyllic, each with its own unique character and charm. Barley was known for its picturesque cottages, vibrant gardens, and the gentle babbling brook that meandered through its center. Raleigh boasted a quaint, centuries-old church and a lush green meadow that stretched out towards the horizon. Goldshore Booth, on the other hand, was a place of tranquility, surrounded by rolling hills and ancient oak trees that seemed to whisper tales of times long past. But it was the land that lay between these three villages that captured the imagination of those who dwelled there. The Devil's Triangle was a patch of wilderness, a dense forest shrouded in mystery and rumored to be the abode of supernatural forces. Folk tales spoke of eerie lights dancing among the trees at night, and whispers of otherworldly voices that carried on the wind. The locals, though curious, kept their distance from the triangle, attributing misfortunes and unexplained happenings to its ominous presence. Children would dare one another to venture near its edge, but none had the courage to penetrate deep into its heart. It was a place of cautionary tales and bedtime stories, a reminder that there were realms beyond the grasp of human understanding. One summer's eve, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of orange and gold, a group of adventurous teenagers gathered at the outskirts of Bali. Among them was Emily, a spirited and curious young girl with fiery red hair, and Thomas, a thoughtful and brave young man who had a penchant for uncovering secrets. Determined to unravel the mysteries of the Devil's Triangle, Emily and Thomas led their friends into the forest. The trees seemed to close in around them, casting long shadows that danced on the forest floor. As they ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, and an eerie hush enveloped them. They followed a winding path, guided only by their curiosity and a sense of adventure. Soon, they stumbled upon an ancient stone marker, weathered by time and overgrown with moss. It bore cryptic symbols that none could decipher. Undeterred, they pressed on, driven by a desire to uncover the truth that lay hidden within the heart of the triangle. As night fell, the forest seemed to come alive with whispers and rustling leaves. Unfamiliar constellations glittered overhead, and a sense of both wonder and trepidation gripped the group. Emily's heart pounded as she sensed a presence lurking just beyond their vision, and Thomas's determination wavered as he grappled with the unknown. Suddenly, a soft, ethereal light bathed the clearing before them, casting an otherworldly glow on the ancient trees. A melodic hum filled the air, resonating with both beauty and melancholy. It was as if the very soul of the forest had awakened. In that moment, Emily and Thomas understood that the Devil's Triangle was not a place of malevolence, but a realm of ancient magic and untold stories. The whispers they had heard were the echoes of generations past, and the lights were the dance of spirits long gone. With newfound reverence, they retraced their steps, leaving the heart of the triangle behind. As they emerged from the forest, the first lights of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold. They knew that the secrets of the Devil's Triangle were not meant to be fully unraveled, but its mysteries had left an indelible mark on their hearts. Word of their adventure spread throughout the villages, reigniting a fascination with the enigmatic triangle. The stories that followed were not of fear, but of wonder and awe. And as the years passed, Emily and Thomas became the keepers of the triangle's legends, ensuring that its magic would live on in the hearts and imaginations of generations to come. And so, the Devil's Triangle, once shrouded in darkness and fear, became a place of enchantment and reverence, a testament to the enduring power of curiosity and the boundless mysteries that the world still held. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. The Old Grimshaw Oak Tree. The Grimshaw Oak Tree, Barrowford, Lancashire. Once, nestled in the heart of Barrowford, Lancashire, stood the ancient Grimshaw Oak Tree, a sentinel of time and history. Its gnarled branches reached out like ancient fingers, whispering secrets of days long past. This venerable tree bore witness to the reverence of druids who sought solace and connection in its leafy grove. To the locals, the Grimshaw Oak was more than just a tree, It was a living monument, a reminder of the bygone eras. Generations had gathered beneath its boughs, marveling at its stature and speculating about its age. It was a place where childhood friendships were forged and the mysteries of youth unraveled. In the shade of this oak, stories echoed through the years. Mothers recounted the tales of their ancestors, who had cherished this tree as a symbol of pride and heritage. They spoke of youthful adventures in the nearby woods, weaving memories into the fabric of the ancient oak's existence. Imagination thrived beneath its branches, much like the roots that spread in all directions. The tree's gradual decline served as a somber reminder that life, even for the mightiest oaks, was a finite journey. It seemed to speak, its fading leaves rustling in a voice that said, "This is my farewell, a gradual surrender." To die with old oak trees is to live half one's life. The Grimshaw Oak's story began with an acorn's fortuitous fall, a chance that bound it to this spot for 5 centuries. Through half a millennium, it weathered countless springs, exuberant in new buds, and autumns, shedding leaves in graceful surrender. 500 winters had embraced it in slumber, a testament to nature's cyclical dance. In its prime, the surrounding landscape was a sprawling forest, where countless trees stood tall, their roots intertwined in silent solidarity. Nature's canvas was a masterpiece, adorned with primroses, ferns unfurling with grace, and hazel trees crowned with downy palms. The air was perfumed with the sweet scent of hawthorns and honeysuckles, while birds filled the air with melodies of gratitude. Then came man, a newcomer to this sylvan sanctuary. With an all-powerful hand, he transformed the forest into cultivated lands. Crow Tree's house, once secluded, now rose proudly, a testament to changing times. Within its walls dwelt generations of worthy sires, each succeeding the other as custodians of this evolving legacy. And overlooking it all stood the old stone bridge, a sentinel in its own right. Time had weathered its stones, yet it stood steadfast, a testament to forgotten craftsmanship. Through tumultuous ages, it endured, undaunted by storms and unruffled by floods. Even Cromwell's upheaval could not shake its foundations. As the years rolled by, the Grimshaw Oak watched over the ever-changing landscape, resolute in its place in history. It stood, awaiting another jubilee, its roots firmly anchored in the soil of Barrowford, Lancashire, a living testament to the passage of time. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. The guardian of Pendle Farm in the heart of Lancashire, nestled near the quaint village of Downham, stood a farmhouse with a history steeped in mystery. The wind-swept fields and cobbled pathways bore witness to centuries of secrets, but none were as enigmatic as the discovery made one winter's eve in 1866. As the cold winds howled through the ancient oaks and frost kissed the earth, a curious murmur spread among the villagers. It was said that something extraordinary had been unearthed within the old barn wall of the Pendle farmhouse. Eager faces gathered, breaths visible in the frigid air, as the villagers gingerly extracted a tiny, weathered figure. It was a gnome, scarcely more than a foot tall, its features worn with age and the passage of time. He sat upon a small toadstool, his wrinkled face etched with an expression that seemed to have witnessed centuries come and go. The news of this peculiar discovery spread like wildfire, capturing the imaginations of those who heard. Whispers of the gnome reached the farthest corners of Lancashire, becoming the subject of fireside tales and bedtime stories. Rumours swirled about the gnome's origins. Some believed he was a guardian spirit, watching over Pendle Farm and its inhabitants for generations untold. Others speculated that he was an ancient traveller from a distant land, caught in the flow of time. Despite the fantastical theories, one thing was certain: the gnome had lived a long life, far beyond that of any mortal. But his journey had come to an end, and he now rested in the embrace of a small, weathered church nearby. The villagers, moved by the gnome's story, gathered to bid him farewell, placing him gently in the consecrated ground. As the years passed, the memory of the farmhouse gnome became woven into the fabric of Pendle's history. Generations came and went, tending to the fields, raising families, and whispering stories of the guardian that once graced their land. Today, if you visit the Pendle area, near Downham, you may hear faint echoes of the tale. The farmhouse still stands, weathered and timeless, and the ancient oaks sway in the Lancashire breeze. And though the gnome's earthly form may have returned to the soil, his spirit, they say, lives on in the whispers of the wind and the rustling of the leaves, forever watching over the land he called home. By Donald Day. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. The highwayman of Hurst Green in Lancashire. In the heart of Lancashire, nestled amidst rolling hills and ancient woods, lay the quaint village of Hurst Green. It was a place where time seemed to move at its own leisurely pace, undisturbed by the chaos of the world beyond. But beneath its tranquil facade lurked a tale that whispered through the leaves and echoed in the cobbled streets the legend of the highwayman of Hurst Green. As dusk settled over the village, casting long shadows upon the moss-covered stones, the locals would gather in the warmth of the Rose and Thistle Inn. It was here that they spoke in hushed tones of the enigmatic figure that haunted the roads leading to and from their village. They spoke of a lone rider, clad in dark attire, who emerged from the veil of night, his presence heralded by the distant clatter of hooves. The highwayman was a man of mystery, his true identity known only to the wind that carried his name through the Lancashire hills. Some claimed he was a fugitive, seeking refuge from the relentless pursuit of the law. Others whispered of a tragic love story, woven with threads of betrayal and revenge. But in the end, it mattered little who he was. What seized the villagers' imaginations was the romance and danger that clung to his legend. The highwayman's mount was a magnificent steed, black as the deepest night, its breath visible in the chill air. Together, they would materialize on the old cobblestone road that led to the heart of the village, like specters from another world. The locals, though tinged with fear, could not deny the allure of this mysterious stranger. Women gazed from behind curtained windows, their hearts quickening at the sight of the dark silhouette against the fading light. It was said that the highwayman possessed a voice that could tame the wildest of beasts, and a gaze that could pierce the soul. Yet, despite his fearsome reputation, he had never harmed the villagers of Hurst Green. Instead, he became a legend of protection, for when danger threatened the hamlet, the highwayman would ride to its defense, a dark avenger against those who sought to disrupt the peace. One fateful night, a band of ruffians descended upon the village, their intentions as malevolent as the shadows they emerged from. The villagers trembled in fear, their prayers echoing through the cobbled streets. Just as hope seemed to wane, a thunderous gallop resonated through the night. The highwayman, as if summoned by the village's distress, materialized on his ebony steed. With a flourish of his cloak, he confronted the marauders, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that froze their hearts. The ensuing battle was a furious tempest of steel, but the highwayman fought with an otherworldly grace, as if he were a force of nature, an elemental fury unleashed upon the trespassers. When the dust finally settled, the band of ruffians was scattered like leaves in the wind, vanquished by the dark guardian of Hurst Green. The grateful villagers, in awe of their savior, gathered round, but the highwayman, true to his enigmatic nature, merely nodded in acknowledgment before disappearing into the night. From that day forward, the legend of the highwayman of Hurst Green grew stronger, passed down through generations like a cherished heirloom. And though he remained a mystery, his presence became a source of comfort, a promise that in the darkest hour, a guardian would emerge from the shadows to protect the village. And so, the village of Hurst Green continued its quiet existence, knowing that beneath the still skies and whispered winds, their enigmatic protector rode on, a timeless sentinel against the encroaching darkness. By Donald J. Angry Dwarf's location Crank Caverns, also known as Rainford Delft Quarry private property. 18th century. A local legend says that these caves were once the haunt of several angry dwarfs that were known to kill local children. Soldiers investigated and found human remains in the cave. That section was soon sealed by either natural rockfall or gunpowder. Title: The Legend of Crank Caverns. Once, in a time shrouded by mist and mystery, nestled amidst the rugged terrain of Rainford Delft Quarry, there lay a secret that whispered through the village of Crank. It was a tale of dread, a legend of angry dwarfs that echoed through the centuries. In the heart of Crank, there stood Crank Caverns, where men toiled for centuries, carving stone from the earth's embrace. Yet, beneath its surface, beyond the reach of daylight, there existed a world unseen, a realm where shadows held dominion. The legend spoke of dwarfs, not the cheerful miners of folklore, but vengeful spirits, cursed by an ancient sorrow. They were said to harbor a deep-seated rage, born from a time long past, when the land was torn by strife and sorrow. Whispers drifted from one generation to the next, tales of children who dared venture too close to the cavern's yawning mouth, never to return. Fear gripped the hearts of parents, and the village lived in a state of uneasy vigilance. Then, in a hushed and anxious council, the decision was made. Soldiers, their armor gleaming in the weak light, descended into the earth's dark belly, determined to unveil the truth behind the malevolent myth. As they delved deeper into the cold, damp tunnels, their torchlight danced along the gnarled walls, revealing forgotten chambers and winding passages. The air grew thick with tension, suffused with an oppressive energy. Finally, they arrived at a chamber bathed in an eerie, bluish light. There, amid the echoing silence, they discovered the remnants of a forgotten world. Human bones lay strewn, a macabre mosaic of sorrow and suffering. It was then that they sensed it, an unspoken presence that seemed to whisper through the stones. The dwarfs, the angry spirits, seemed to lurk just beyond the edge of sight, their restless souls bound to this desolate place. With grim determination, the soldiers set to work, sealing off that accursed chamber, burying the remains and the malevolence that clung to them. Rocks tumbled, and gunpowder roared, sealing the dark secret within an impenetrable tomb. As the final echoes of the explosion faded, a palpable sense of relief washed over the soldiers. They emerged from the depths, their faces drawn but resolute. The legend of the angry dwarfs would haunt the village no more. Yet, the memory lingered, etched into the very stone of Crank Caverns, a cautionary tale of wrath and retribution. The villagers continued to speak in hushed tones of that fateful day, of the soldiers who dared defy the darkness. And so, Crank stood, its heart scarred but unbroken, the legend of the angry dwarfs forever woven into its history. A reminder that even in the face of malevolence, courage and unity could prevail, banishing the shadows to the depths from whence they came. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. The prayer tree or witch tree is where people tie a message to the gods. There is one between Colne and Laneshaw Bridge, Lancashire. In the heart of the serene Lancashire countryside, nestled between the quaint villages of Colne and Laneshaw Bridge, stood a remarkable landmark known to locals as the prayer tree. This ancient oak tree, with its sprawling branches and gnarled bark, held a unique and powerful significance to those who called this region home. For generations, the people of these villages had been tying messages, wishes, and prayers to the branches of the tree. They believed that their heartfelt entreaties would be carried on the winds, transcending the earthly realm and reaching the divine. The tree stood as a silent witness to the hopes and dreams of the community, a tangible connection between the mortal and the spiritual. Legend had it that the prayer tree was born from an extraordinary event that took place centuries ago. In a time of great hardship, when the villages were plagued by drought and disease, the villagers came together in desperation. They held a solemn gathering at the base of the ancient oak, And there, beneath its towering canopy, they prayed fervently for deliverance. As the villagers poured their hearts out in supplication, a sudden gust of wind rustled through the leaves, carrying their words upwards like delicate whispers. The very next day, the drought ended, and signs of healing began to emerge. In gratitude and awe, the villagers continued to tie messages of thanks and petitions to the tree, believing it to be a conduit between their world and the divine. As years turned into centuries, the prayer tree became a sacred site of pilgrimage. People from far and wide would make their way to this hallowed spot to seek solace, guidance, and blessings. Each message, written on pieces of cloth or paper, was carefully secured to the branches with colorful ribbons, creating a vibrant tapestry that fluttered in the breeze. Among those drawn to the prayer tree was a young woman named Ilara. She had heard stories of its mystical powers from her grandmother, who had herself visited the tree in her youth. Ilara was at a crossroads in her life, unsure of which path to take. With a heart heavy with indecision, she embarked on a journey to the prayer tree, hoping to find clarity. Upon reaching the tree, Ilara felt a sense of awe wash over her. The ancient oak exuded an aura of tranquility and wisdom. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and whispered her innermost thoughts and desires to the tree. With great reverence, she tied her message to a branch, watching as it joined the myriad of other messages swaying gently in the breeze. As she turned to leave, a single leaf detached from a branch above and floated down, landing at her feet. Ilara picked it up, and on its surface, she saw a pattern that resembled a forked path. It was as if the tree itself was offering her a sign. With a newfound sense of purpose, Ilara returned home, her heart now set on the direction she was meant to take. Word of Ilara's experience spread throughout the villages, adding another layer of mystique to the already legendary prayer tree. Over time, more stories of answered prayers, miraculous healings, and transformative guidance emerged, solidifying the tree's place as a sacred symbol of hope and connection. And so, the prayer tree continued to stand between Colne and Lane Shore Bridge, an enduring testament to the power of faith and the profound ways in which the natural world can intertwine with the spiritual. Its branches remained a tapestry of dreams and aspirations, a reminder that even in the modern age, the human heart still yearned for the touch of the divine. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. The two ghosts of Raleigh Waterfall. One of the ghosts swims below the water at the bottom of the waterfall. It is a giant trout that you can never catch. The other is the ghost of a boy-child going over the waterfall. You can only see this ghost when the river is in flood. The child looks to be in clothing from the 1700s. In the heart of the tranquil village of Raleigh, nestled amid the rolling hills, there stood a waterfall of legendary beauty. The townsfolk spoke of it with hushed reverence, and visitors from far and wide ventured to witness its majestic cascade. Yet, there was more to this picturesque landscape than met the eye. Whispers of the supernatural danced through the village like a gentle breeze, and the locals, though they spoke in hushed tones, knew of the two enigmatic spirits that inhabited the waterfall. The first ghost, a colossal apparition beneath the waterfall's frothy depths, was a sight rarely glimpsed by human eyes. It was said to be a giant trout, its shimmering silver scales catching the sunlight as it swam with ethereal grace. This spectral aquatic creature was the stuff of legend, known as the eternal swimmer. Locals believed that this ghostly trout was an ancient guardian of the waters, a symbol of the river's enduring strength and vitality. Many had attempted to catch it, drawn by the allure of its otherworldly beauty, but none had ever succeeded. The trout always managed to evade their grasp, disappearing into the shadows of the cascading waters. The second ghost was a melancholic apparition, a young boy forever suspended in time. He could only be seen during times of great flooding when the river roared with uncontrollable power. Clad in attire from a bygone era, his clothes were unmistakably from the 1700s. His spectral form appeared on the precipice of the waterfall, frozen in an eternal descent. His expression was a mixture of wonder and fear, forever captured in a single moment as he plunged over the falls. Villagers referred to him as the watery spectre, a haunting reminder of the tragedies that had befallen the village centuries ago. Rumors swirled about the identity of the boy and the origins of his haunting. Some believed he was a young explorer who had met a tragic end during a reckless adventure, while others spoke of a lost soul caught in a time loop, reliving his final moments over and over again. As the years passed, the tales of these spectral inhabitants became an inseparable part of village lore. Generations shared the stories around campfires and at cozy taverns, passing down the legends from parents to children. Locals and tourists alike would gather by the waterfall during times of flood, hoping for a glimpse of the watery spectre as he briefly materialized before vanishing once more. Despite the eerie reputation, Raleigh flourished as a close-knit community, finding solace in the enduring presence of their otherworldly neighbors. The two ghosts, the eternal swimmer and the watery spectre, became a unique symbol of the village's history and resilience. And so, the village of Raleigh stood as a testament to the intertwining of the natural and supernatural, a place where the ethereal and the mundane coexisted in a delicate balance, adding a touch of mystery to the beauty of the Raleigh waterfall that would forever enchant the hearts of those who wandered its paths. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. There is a ghostly horse and its rider come from the tunnel to Seed Hill Terrace and ride off down Scotland Road, Nelson, in the dead of the night. In the heart of the charming town of Nelson, nestled amidst rolling hills and cobblestone streets, stood an ancient archway that held the secrets of a bygone era. Built in the year 1868, the arch on Seed Hill Terrace bore witness to the passage of time and the evolution of the town. Its sturdy stone pillars, weathered by years of wind and rain, stood as silent sentinels guarding the memories of days long past. To the left of the arch, a narrow passage led to what was once the bustling hub of activity, the stables. Horses had once trotted eagerly through that very arch, their hooves clattering on the cobblestones as they prepared to embark on journeys through the picturesque countryside. Over the years, the stables had been repurposed, their purpose shifting from providing shelter to horses to accommodating the modern marvels of the automobile. At the start of Scotland New Road, aligned perfectly with Forest Street, the archway seemed to bridge the gap between old and new, connecting the historical fabric of the town with the ever-changing landscape of progress. But it was when the moon hung low in the inky night sky that the archway truly came to life, weaving its spectral tale into the fabric of Nelson's folklore. The townspeople whispered in hushed tones of a haunting that occurred when the world was cloaked in darkness and the streets lay empty. Legend had it that, at the stroke of midnight, a ghostly horse with an otherworldly rider would emerge from the depths of a hidden tunnel beneath the arch. The horse, a majestic creature with a coat as dark as the night itself, exuded an ethereal glow that cast an eerie light upon its surroundings. Its mane and tail billowed in a wind that was felt by none but seen by all who beheld the spectral spectacle. Perched upon the horse's back was a rider, draped in tattered garments that seemed to dance with the wind. Their identity remained a mystery, their face forever obscured beneath the folds of a hooded cloak. With a presence both haunting and intriguing, the rider sat astride the horse, reins in hand, as though bound by an unbreakable connection between the living and the spectral realm. As the clock struck 12, the ghostly duo would emerge from the tunnel that led to Seed Hill Terrace. With a graceful stride, the horse would pass beneath the arch, its hooves making no sound upon the cobblestones. The rider, too, was a figure of spectral silence, emanating an aura of both sorrow and purpose. The ghostly pair would then embark on a journey down Scotland Road, their passage a sight to behold for any brave souls who dared to venture out into the night. The ethereal horse and its mysterious rider would disappear into the mist that shrouded the road, leaving behind a sense of wonder and a tingling in the air. Over the years, Countless accounts of the ghostly horse and rider were shared, each storyteller adding their own embellishments and interpretations to the tale. Some believed the duo were bound by an ancient oath, forever fated to traverse the town's streets in search of something lost. Others thought the ghostly ride was a reminder of the town's rich history, a bridge between the past and the present. Whatever the truth may have been, the arch on Seed Hill Terrace continued to stand as a silent witness to the nocturnal apparition. It bore witness to the spectral horse and rider, a testament to the enduring power of stories and the magic that lies hidden within the heart of a town's history. And so, on the quietest of nights, when the moon was full and the stars burned brightly, the archway would come to life with a tale of a ghostly ride that defied the boundaries of time and reality. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Title: Lights over Highford. The small village of Highford, nestled comfortably in the embrace of Lancashire's rolling hills, was known for its quiet charm. Yet, something peculiar had been happening lately. On regular nights, the tranquil landscape would be interrupted by the sudden appearance of blue and red lights, dancing across the night sky. Rumors swirled through the village like leaves in an autumn breeze. Some whispered that it was merely a large drone, a modern marvel testing its wings in the inky expanse. Others, drawn to the mysteries of the universe, whispered of something more sinister, a UFO, perhaps, visiting our humble corner of the world. In the heart of this mystery stood Ethan, a curious soul with a penchant for unraveling enigmas. Drawn to the spectacle like a moth to a flame, he embarked on a mission to uncover the truth behind the lights. One crisp autumn night, he positioned himself on a hill overlooking the valley, armed with a pair of binoculars and a determined spirit. As the first glimmers of twilight melted into the deep, velvety darkness, the familiar glow began its mesmerizing dance across the heavens. Ethan's breath quickened, his heart pounding in anticipation. Through the binoculars, the lights appeared brighter, more vivid, and distinctly artificial. It was unlike any drone he had ever seen before. This was something else entirely. The lights shot up into the sky with an otherworldly grace, defying the laws of conventional technology. Then, just as suddenly, they descended, as if seeking a secret sanctuary within the earth itself. Determined to unveil the truth, Ethan reached out to a group of fellow enthusiasts, each as fascinated and bewildered as he. Together, they formed a clandestine team, dedicating themselves to understanding this nocturnal enigma. Weeks turned into months as they tirelessly gathered data, cataloging the lights' movements, analyzing patterns, and scrutinizing every shred of evidence. The village's whispers grew louder, tales of the Highford phenomenon, echoing in hushed conversations across the countryside. As their understanding deepened, Ethan's team began to entertain daring speculations. Perhaps it was an experimental aircraft, a marvel hidden in the heart of this rural landscape. Or perhaps, it was indeed an extraterrestrial visitor, drawn to the quiet beauty of Highford. One fateful night, armed with their accumulated knowledge and a newfound courage, they set out to intercept the lights. Guided by the subtle rhythm of their ethereal dance, they ventured to the very spot where they believed the lights would touch the earth. Under a sky shimmering with stars, the team waited in breathless anticipation. And then, it happened. The lights descended, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. As they touched down, a low hum resonated through the air, sending shivers down their spines. Through the inky darkness, a shape emerged, not a drone, nor a craft of human design. Ethan's heart raced, his breath hitching as he realized the magnitude of what lay before them. It was a craft from beyond our world, a vessel that defied the boundaries of human understanding. In that moment, Highford became a beacon, a place where the veil between worlds grew thin, and the mysteries of the universe touched the earth. And so, the legend of the Highford phenomenon was born, etched into the annals of human curiosity, forever beckoning those who dared to seek the unknown. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. In the quiet countryside of Lancashire, nestled on Car Hall Road in Barrowford, resided a man named Toffee Taylor. Despite his diminutive stature of about 5 feet, Toffee possessed a heart that was as large as the rolling hills that surrounded his quaint cottage. But what truly set him apart were his 2 faithful companions, 2 magnificent Great Danes that towered over him. These majestic dogs, with their imposing size, were named Zeus and Athena, and their presence was as formidable as their names suggested. One misty November night, a dense fog draped itself over the landscape, casting an eerie ambience upon the surroundings. Toffee decided it was time to take Zeus and Athena for their nightly stroll. He knew the path well, and with a flickering lantern to guide their way, the trio ventured out into the mist-shrouded night. Their route took them across the Barrowford and Paddingham bypass, a normally busy road that lay quiet and deserted due to the late hour. Toffee's lantern cast an ethereal glow as he led his loyal companions, their steps echoing in the stillness of the night. The world seemed to hold its breath, enveloped in a cocoon of mist that created an otherworldly atmosphere. As they crossed the road, tragedy struck in an instant. Out of the swirling mist, a car emerged, its headlights piercing through the fog like beacons of fate. Toffee's heart raced as he tried to guide his dogs to safety, but time was not on his side. The car's brakes screeched, but the collision was unavoidable. Toffee's life was extinguished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only the echo of his presence. Zeus and Athena, startled and disoriented by the chaos, fled into the night, their sorrowful howls echoing in the mist. They disappeared into the shadows, leaving a void in the hearts of those who had known them. As the years passed, the memory of Toffee Taylor and his loyal dogs became a local legend, whispered around campfires and shared among the villagers. The misty night of November and the tragic accident that claimed Toffee's life turned into a ghostly tale that haunted the minds of those who walked the same path. It was said that on misty nights, especially in November, the spectral forms of Zeus and Athena could be seen at the very spot where their beloved owner had met his untimely end. A shimmering spectre of Toffee was said to walk beside them, his lantern's light still guiding their way. Locals would gather around, sharing the story and the sightings, a mix of awe and sadness coloring their conversations. And so, the tale of Toffee Taylor, his towering companions Zeus and Athena, and the misty night that forever linked them to the crossroads of life and death, persisted through generations, a testament to the enduring power of human-animal bonds and the mysteries of the world that lies just beyond our understanding. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. White Bear in Barrowford. And the hobbits or hobgoblins in 1667 in the quaint village of Barrowford, nestled within the rolling hills and verdant valleys, stood the historic White Bear Inn. It was a structure that seemed to have been plucked straight from the pages of history, with its stone walls weathered by time and its architecture telling tales of centuries gone by. This inn, once known as Hargreaves' Great House, held within its time-worn walls a secret that was whispered through the generations. The year was 1667, a time when the world was a vastly different place. Barrowford was a close-knit community where everyone knew everyone else, and the village folk were as hardy as the land they tilled. The White Bear Inn served as a hub of activity, its doors swinging open to welcome weary travellers, boisterous locals, and curious wanderers. The inn's reputation for hearty meals and the finest ale in the land drew patrons from far and wide. Yet, it was not just the hospitality and camaraderie that made the White Bear Inn remarkable. Legends spoke of hobbits, or perhaps hobgoblins, who were said to have once resided in the village during those distant days. Whispers of their existence were passed down like heirlooms, stories shared around roaring fires and over foaming tankards. These creatures, so the tales went, were mischievous but benevolent beings, skilled in the arts of magic and renowned for their craftsmanship. It was said that the very inn itself bore witness to their presence. The architectural details told a story of their influence, with the curious mullioned windows that adorned the front facade, their intricate designs hinting at a touch of otherworldly craftsmanship. The locals would often point to the charming, circular single-story portion of the inn, murmuring that it was surely a creation of the hobbits, a testament to their unique skills. Among the villagers, there was a sense of pride in their connection to these mythical beings. Some claimed to possess heirlooms crafted by the hobbits, passed down through the generations, treasured not just for their beauty but for the enchantment they seemed to radiate. Others swore they had glimpsed the hobbits themselves, fleeting shadows in the moonlight or twinkling lights deep within the forest. The heart of the inn, of course, was the bar itself. A massive inglenook fireplace stood as a centerpiece, where patrons would gather to share stories, sing songs, and raise their tankards in merriment. On cold winter nights, the flames would dance and flicker, casting shadows that seemed to evoke the presence of the hobbits themselves. As time marched forward, the tales of the hobbits began to fade into the background, becoming woven into the fabric of the village's rich history. The White Bear Inn continued to stand, a stalwart sentinel of days gone by, its walls echoing with the laughter and camaraderie of countless generations. And so, the story of the White Bear Inn in Barrowford lived on, a charming blend of reality and folklore, a place where the lines between the ordinary and the magical became beautifully blurred. The tales of hobbits and hobgoblins, of stone mullion windows and inglenook fireplaces, became an enduring part of the village's legacy, a reminder of the enchanting past that shaped its present. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. White Lady location Chorley Heskin Hall type haunting manifestation hanged during the Civil War by a traitorous priest. This female member of the Mundesley family still returns home. The beam of wood from which her body dangled is considered lucky if you touch it. Deep in the heart of Chorley, nestled within the sprawling countryside, stood the centuries-old Heskin Hall, a stately mansion shrouded in history and secrets. Within its aged walls, tales of the past lingered like whispers in the wind, none more haunting than the legend of the White Lady. The White Lady was said to be the restless spirit of Lady Isabella Mundesley, a tragic figure from the tumultuous era of the Civil War. Lady Isabella, as the story goes, was a loyal supporter of the crown during a time when allegiances were fluid, and loyalties cost lives. It was the betrayal of a treacherous priest, whose name had been lost to time, that ultimately sealed Lady Isabella's fate. This man of the cloth had turned his back on king and god alike, siding with the parliamentarians. When his perfidious deeds came to light, he conspired with the enemy to capture Lady Isabella within the stone walls of Heskin Hall. On a fateful night, a trial took place within the echoing halls of the mansion. The priest accused Lady Isabella of aiding royalist soldiers, a charge she vehemently denied. Despite her protests of innocence, a swift verdict was delivered, and Lady Isabella was sentenced to hang for her alleged crimes. The execution took place within the very halls of Heskin Hall that she had called home. A beam of sturdy oak wood was transformed into a gruesome instrument of death, and it was there that Lady Isabella met her end. As her life was cruelly snuffed out, her spirit was said to be forever trapped within the walls of the mansion. In death, Lady Isabella became the White Lady, a spectral figure draped in a flowing white gown, her eyes forever filled with sorrow. Over the centuries, countless witnesses claimed to have seen her ghostly form wandering the halls of Heskin Hall, her footsteps echoing in the stillness of the night. But the White Lady was not a malevolent presence. Instead, she was seen as a protector of the Mundesley family, her descendants. It was said that anyone who touched the very beam from which she had dangled would be blessed with good luck, as if Lady Isabella's spirit had bestowed her favor upon them. Heskin Hall became a place of pilgrimage for those seeking Lady Isabella's blessing. Visitors from far and wide came to witness the enigmatic White Lady and to lay their hands upon the sacred oak beam. Some claimed to have felt a strange warmth or a comforting presence, as if Lady Isabella's spirit was indeed watching over them. As the years rolled on, Heskin Hall remained a sanctuary for those who believed in the power of the White Lady's benevolence. Lady Isabella's tragic tale, her unjust execution, and her enduring presence within the mansion's walls served as a reminder of the price paid by those caught in the crossfire of history. And so, the legend of the White Lady of Heskin Hall lived on, a testament to the enduring power of history and the belief in the supernatural, inviting all who sought her blessing to touch the sacred beam and feel the gentle touch of a spirit from a bygone era. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Artist Mr. William Lonsdale from Nelson, Lancashire. William Lonsdale's studio in Nelson, Lancashire, was a sanctuary of creativity, a place where time seemed to stand still amidst the swirls of paint and the scent of aged canvases. The walls bore witness to decades of artistic endeavors, each stroke of the brush telling a story of its own. At the heart of it all was William, a maestro of his craft, whose hands had danced across countless mediums. His journey through the world of art had been a winding one, a path carved by the landscapes he'd traversed and the souls he'd encountered. From the cobbled streets of Lancashire to the bustling markets of Marrakesh, every place left an indelible mark on his artistic soul. It was this very essence that breathed life into his creations, for his work was a testament to the power of observation, of seeing beyond the surface. No canvas was too daunting, no subject too elusive. With equal mastery, he wielded oils, watercolors, and pencils, effortlessly transitioning from capturing the raw beauty of a weathered face to the sprawling grandeur of a pastoral landscape. His horizons stretched far beyond the confines of conventional art. He danced along the edges of reality and imagination, conjuring scenes that stirred the depths of emotion. As the years flowed, so did the ink and paint. William's dedication to his craft was unwavering, an unquenchable flame that burned bright even in his 8th decade. The worn brushes and weathered palettes bore witness to countless hours of labor, a labor furled by the desire to preserve the ephemeral, to immortalize moments that might otherwise slip away. But William was not content to be a solitary maestro. His knowledge was a treasure trove, and he shared it willingly, becoming an exceptional teacher in his own right. The walls of his studio echoed with laughter and the earnest scribblings of eager students, all of whom carried with them a piece of William's essence, a spark of inspiration that would continue to smolder long after their lessons had ended. Exhibitions came and went, each one a testament to a lifetime of passion and dedication. Critics marveled at the breadth of his talent, and art lovers found themselves transported to distant worlds with each brush stroke. Yet, for William, it was never about accolades or recognition. It was about the unyielding pursuit of his craft, about the sheer joy of coaxing life from a blank canvas. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the studio, William would still be found at his easel, brush in hand, lost in a world of his own creation. For his was a journey without end, a testament to the enduring power of art to capture the essence of life itself. And so, in that Lancashire studio, the legacy of William Lonsdale continued to unfold, a never-evolving symphony of color, form, and boundless imagination. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. William Lonsdale in Nelson, Lancashire, an artist with well over 70 years of creative expression behind him. His style and skills cannot be neatly pigeonholed as they have developed, changed and matured along with his exposure to the environments and societies in which he has lived and worked. He brings Nelson and districts past alive to me, an artist who to me is better than Lowry from Manchester. William Lonsdale, a stalwart of creativity, stood amidst the vibrant tapestry of Nelson, Lancashire. With over 7 decades of artistic endeavor, his work was a testament to the ever-evolving nature of his talent. Unlike some, he couldn't be confined to a single category, for his style and skills had grown, transformed, and matured in tandem with his experiences in diverse environments and societies. As he approached each canvas, it was as though he held the power to resurrect the very essence of Nelson and its surrounding districts. The cobbled streets, the smoky mills, and the people who toiled and thrived within them all were vividly brought back to life through the strokes of his brush. William's art was more than just paint on canvas, it was a living, breathing testament to the history and soul of the place he called home. Each stroke was infused with the memories of generations past, the echoes of laughter and the whispers of secrets long kept. He captured the dance of light on the Lancashire moors, the ever-changing hues of the Pendle hill, and the ebb and flow of life in this industrial heartland. Through his art, he wove a tale of resilience, of a community that forged its identity amidst the clatter and hum of machinery. To those fortunate enough to gaze upon his works, William Lonsdale's paintings were portals to another time. They were invitations to stroll down the streets of yesteryears, to witness the struggles and triumphs that laid the foundation for the present. Comparisons were inevitable, and some would draw parallels between William and the famed Lowry from Manchester. Yet, for those who truly understood the depth and breadth of his artistic expression, it was clear that William Lonsdale was not merely a successor, he was a unique force, carving his own legacy in the annals of Lancashire's artistic heritage. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden rays upon the town he loved, William Lonsdale continued to paint, each stroke imbued with the passion and dedication of a man who had spent a lifetime giving voice to the silent stories of Nelson. Through his art, he ensured that the echoes of the past would forever resonate in the hearts of those who paused to listen. Poem. In Nelson's heart, a painter's soul does dwell, William Lonsdale, a tale of art to tell. 70 years, his canvas, his domain, a lifetime's worth of creative reign. No pigeonhole can snugly hold his art, a journey wild, a journey from the heart. In every stroke, a world that's been unfurled, a dance of life, in colors richly twirled. Through changing years, his skills have danced and swayed, with every scene, a different story laid. Environments and societies, his muse, in their embrace, his talent did diffuse. From distant lands to Nelson's quaint abode, he painted tales of life's long winding road. The past, rekindled in his vibrant hue, he breathes new life where once old memories grew. A maestro, true, to me he holds a key, unlocking Nelson's past for all to see. In every stroke, a piece of history, a tribute to a place that used to be. Comparisons may come, yet he stands tall, a gem in Lancashire, a master of them all. Lowry may have graced another land, but Lonsdale's brush, it holds a magic hand. In Manchester's heart, another tale is spun, yet Nelson's son, he is the chosen one. For William Lonsdale, with his 70 years, in every stroke, a legacy appears. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Young Edmund Robinson's tale sent shockwaves through the quiet village of Wheatley Lane. The events he described were beyond the realm of ordinary understanding. The community was abuzz with speculation, fear, and a fervent desire to uncover the truth. Edmund's father, also named Edmund Robinson, was a steadfast man. He couldn't ignore the terror that had gripped his son, so he decided to seek justice for the unspeakable events that had transpired on that fateful All Saints' Day. The local authorities, Justices Richard Shuttleworth and John Starkey, listened intently as young Edmund recounted his harrowing experience. It was a tale that seemed to blur the lines between reality and the supernatural. The image of the shining collars and the uncanny transformation of the greyhounds into familiar faces haunted young Edmund. He described the dark magic that had ensnared him, the spectral ride to Horsetones, and the bizarre gathering of 60 shadowy figures. As Edmund spoke, the room seemed to grow colder, shadows lengthening as if the very air held its breath. He detailed the macabre ritual, where ropes from the roof produced a cascade of unearthly sustenance, and the participants wore twisted, menacing expressions. The names he mentioned were known in the village, faces that had once been familiar now tinged with an aura of dread. Lloyd wife, Dickinson wife, Janet Davis, their reputations tarnished by association with this sinister gathering. Edmund's father, eyes fixed on his son, listened with a mixture of disbelief and determination. It was his unwavering love for his child that gave him the strength to stand as witness, to corroborate the terrifying account. As the examination unfolded, it became clear that the events of All Saints' Day were not isolated. Edmund, the younger, revealed another encounter with Lloyd's wife, a chilling confrontation with the cloven-footed boy, and the disturbing sight of thorn-studded pictures. The air in Gawthorpe Hall grew heavier with each revelation, as if the room itself held the weight of the malevolent forces described. When the testimony was complete, a silence settled over the hall. The gravity of the situation hung in the air, and the gravity of the accusations weighed heavily on the accused. The wheels of justice were set in motion, determined to uncover the truth behind the Pendle witch trials of 1634. The story of Edmund Robinson would echo through the ages, a testament to the enduring struggle between the known and the unknowable, the tangible and the spectral. And in the shadow of those events, the village of Wheatley Lane would forever bear the weight of its dark history. The random jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Young Janet Device was brainwashed by the local magistrate Roger Nowell and Thomas Potts to betray her family. She was only about 10 years of age. In the quiet area of Pendle, nestled amidst the hills of Lancashire, lived a girl named Janet Device. Her story, a mix of tragedy and resilience, would become entwined with the infamous Pendle witch trials, forever altering her life and the course of history. Janet was a child of about 10 when she found herself drawn into the dark web of accusations and suspicion that surrounded the Pendle witches. In a time when superstition and fear reigned, her innocent words were twisted, leading to the conviction of several individuals for witchcraft. The weight of her words would haunt her for years to come. So what happened to Janet Device after her 34th birthday? She ventured beyond the boundaries of her past, and the promise of a new start. Others sought economic opportunities, adventure, or simply a chance to escape the constraints of their old lives. Among these settlers, Janet Device found herself. Leaving behind the haunting memories of the Pendle witch trials, Janet sought solace in the new world. She yearned for a fresh beginning, a chance to escape the stigma that had followed her from her childhood. The journey across the treacherous Atlantic was not easy, but her determination carried her through the challenges. Upon arriving in the United States, Janet initially settled in a small Puritan community in New England. The strict religious atmosphere was a far cry from her tumultuous past, and she relished the opportunity to reinvent herself. Changing her last name to Davison, she attempted to distance herself from the infamous Device name that had become synonymous with witchcraft in Lancashire. Janet's resilience and adaptability served her well as she integrated into her new community. She embraced the Puritan way of life, attending church regularly and adhering to their strict moral code. Despite her efforts to move forward, however, the shadows of her past still lingered in her heart. The memories of betrayal and manipulation haunted her, and she struggled to fully escape the trauma of her childhood. As years turned into decades, Janet found herself becoming a respected member of her community. Her skills as a healer and herbalist, which had once been viewed with suspicion, now gained her the trust and admiration of her neighbors. Yet, even as she found acceptance, a part of her remained guarded, a result of the scars left by her past experiences. Janet's story serves as a reminder of the lasting impact of injustice and the resilience of the human spirit. She survived a childhood marked by manipulation and fear, and despite the odds, she forged a new life for herself in a distant land. Her journey is a testament to the power of individuals to overcome adversity and find their place in a world that often seems unforgiving. And so, the young girl who had unwittingly played a role in the Pendle witch trials embarked on a journey beyond the boundaries of her past, seeking a fresh start in a new land. Her story, like the pages of history, is a complex tapestry of tragedy, resilience, and the enduring pursuit of a better life. By Donald J. The Random Jottings of Donald J. from Nelson in Pendle. Young woman, location Chorley, St. Mary's Presbytery, type haunting manifestation. Pre-1935. Further comments. A gas fitter working in the upper part of the building encountered a ghostly young woman which briefly manifested before vanishing again. In the small town of Chorley, nestled amidst the rolling hills of England, there stood an old and imposing structure known as St. Mary's Presbytery. This historic building had witnessed the passage of time, its walls echoing with the stories of generations long gone. Among these tales, one story sent shivers down the spines of locals, a story that spoke of a haunting manifestation dating back to a time before 1935. It was a chilly autumn afternoon when this peculiar incident occurred. The day had started like any other, with the townsfolk bustling about their business, unaware of the otherworldly encounter that awaited. Up in the upper reaches of St. Mary's Presbytery, a gas fitter named Albert had been assigned the task of inspecting and repairing the aging gas lines. He was a pragmatic man, unswayed by tales of the supernatural and steadfast in his resolve to carry out his duties. As Albert ascended the narrow staircase that led to the upper floors of the presbytery, he felt the weight of the old building bearing down on him. The wooden steps creaked beneath his boots, adding to the eerie ambience of the place. Cobwebs clung to the corners, and the air was heavy with the scent of antiquity. With a toolbox in hand and a gas lantern casting its dim glow, Albert ventured further into the upper reaches of the building. His footsteps echoed through the dimly lit corridors as he inspected the gas lines. Everything seemed ordinary until he turned a corner and found himself face to face with something utterly extraordinary. There, bathed in an eerie, otherworldly light, stood a young woman. She appeared to be in her 20s, dressed in a gown that resembled the fashion of a bygone era, her hair elegantly coiled atop her head. Her ethereal presence was at odds with the dusty, decaying surroundings. Startled, Albert dropped his toolbox, sending tools clattering across the floor. He couldn't believe his eyes. He had heard the stories of a haunting at St. Mary's Presbytery, but he had never expected to encounter the ghostly apparition himself. The young woman's eyes met Albert's, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. There was a profound sadness in her gaze, as if she carried the weight of an unfulfilled purpose. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no words emerged. Her spectral form flickered, as if struggling to maintain its presence. In that tense moment, Albert felt a mixture of fear and curiosity. He was torn between fleeing in terror and attempting to communicate with this mysterious apparition. Before he could decide, the ghostly young woman's form wavered one final time, and then she vanished, leaving nothing behind but an unsettling chill in the air. Albert, shaken to the core, collected his tools and rushed down the stairs, eager to escape the eerie upper reaches of St. Mary's Presbytery. He would later recount his encounter to the townsfolk, who, although initially skeptical, couldn't deny the genuine fear in his eyes. The tale of the ghostly young woman in St. Mary's Presbytery became a local legend, passed down through generations. To this day, the residents of Chorley speak of the haunting manifestation that occurred pre-1935, a story that reminds them that sometimes, the past has a way of lingering, refusing to be forgotten, even in the most unexpected of places. By Donald J.